Hello, my friends and future funeral directors, and welcome back to another episode of Megan Opachensky's Study Guide to the NBE. So for this episode, we are finally, and I say finally because firstly, Mr. David, the gentleman that sponsors me and runs the DEAD program, RA is, as I like to put it, his jam. And since we started, he said, Megan, I want to do RA. And I said, no, that's fine. But I still want to do the glossary because people that listen to my podcast, they want to listen to the definitions. So he still has that offer to, I have given him and Professor Kane free reign. If they want to make an episode, they can make an episode and I'll publish it. I'll do an opening and a closing, done. So not stepping on any toes. I just know that there are people out there who are really relying on this, and RA is one of the most important topics for sciences, and it has seriously, just absolutely killed me to have to hold back. So I decided that I'm just going to go ahead and go through with it, get it over with, do it, have it. That way you guys at least have something to work with, because it's not fair to you. So if you don't mind, we are going to be accessing the conference's National Board Exam Study Guide, volume 12.3. And we're going to be going to the section on restorative art, page 148. All right. All right. Sorry, I took a little break, so I probably sound a little different. But we're going to go ahead and pick up with coronoid process. The anterior non-articulating process of the ramus of the mandible, which serves as the insertion for the temporalis muscle. There we go. Corpulence, having an abnormal amount of fat on the body. Corrective shaping, a cosmetic technique which consists of highlighting those parts of the face or individual features to enlarge or bring them forward, or shadowing them to reduce the appearance of size or deepen a depression. Corrugator, a pyramid-shaped muscle of facial expression which draws the eyebrows inferiorly and medially. So I'm sure you can picture that one. All right, cosmetic. A media for beautifying the complexion and skin, etc. That one should be easy peasy if you get that on your exam. See, not all of them are scary. That's the point of my podcast. I try to tell you guys, like, if you know the words, it's really not as scary. And when I started out, nobody would even tell me what darn words I needed to know. And that was probably the most frustrating part. I'm like, what do I study? So I hope that these have helped. I really do. So anyway, and my biggest thing also, like on that note, don't overthink it. Cosmetic, what it meant, man, woman, they, them, whatever matter. Like, you know what a cosmetic is. So just, there you go. All right, moving on. We are on cosmetic compound. Cosmetics are big in RA. If you haven't picked that up already, if you are not at that point in your schooling, or if you haven't started schooling yet, you will see what I'm talking about. When you begin your RA classes, you will understand just how important color theory, hues, all that stuff you learned in art class that you're like, oh, why do I need this? Yeah, that was relevant to this. Yes, you needed all of that. But not only that, but cosmetics overall, like which colors cancel out what colors, like it will become extremely useful. What I did was I actually went and watched a couple of beauty YouTubers, and particularly the ones that specialized in covering up things like dark circles under the eyes, for example, because that's a good example of a bruise. Acne, because that's red and can also kind of resemble razor burn if that happens. So that's what I did. before I started trade embalming, before, like, that was seriously like my first quarter in school. That was an idea I had. So I gotta tell you, that taught me some serious tricks. And I actually was able to help one of my mentors when I worked at a funeral home as her apprentice. I said, listen, I have this in my makeup bag. I don't really use it. And I gave it to her. And it was a color correcting. I can't remember what color off the top, but it was one of the ones, I think it was green. And it was meant for whatever the heck we were having problems with. And it worked like a dream. And she couldn't believe it. So there are products that we use in our makeup bags that, like, if you have a makeup bag, like, you'd be shocked. And also, as a trade embalmer, I went around and purchased, like, less expensive, non-deceased makeup products that will work. And I gotta tell you, oh my goodness, they make life so much easier and they look more natural. And I'm proud that I watched those videos because they really helped. I now know how to make pores less aggressive because I gotta tell you, when you put makeup on a decedent, if they have larger pores, you'll understand. So anyway, if you find yourself kind of bored and you're looking for something to do, then it doesn't matter who the heck you are, watch a video or two on color correction, not makeup in general. Although, if you're not familiar with applying makeup to another person, they do have videos where they show you how to apply makeup to another person. And that can be super helpful because until you do that, it can be a little bit awkward. And practice makes perfect, but you got to start. You might as well start knowing a general idea of what you got to do, like where to place your hand, etc., etc., etc. So my little life hack there for real life practice, go ahead and give those videos a try. I know that it sounds silly, but that really helped me. And if you know nothing about makeup and makeup application, it's going to save your butt. I promise. So now that I got on that soapbox, let's jump off and get back to it, right? I'm sure somebody out there will appreciate that, but other people are going to be like, well, duh. But you never know. Like, some people don't think about that stuff. All right. So let's get back to it. Cosmetic compound. Now, what's a compound typically? Just to make this easier on yourself. All right. A cosmetic medium composed of 2, 3, or all 4 basic pigments. So there's compound. So if you get a question like that asks you about a cosmetic compound, you're going to be looking for something that mixes all 4. Okay? All right. Or I guess with the answer they give you here, says 2, 3, or all 4. So, anywho, here I am. What's the word I'm looking for? Contradicting myself. All right. Cosmetic base. The initial application of a cream or paste cosmetic to the skin tissues. And that's going to be the base that you work upon, right? So that's going to be the one that's going to color correct. It's going to be your foundation, literally. All right. Cosmeticizing. The process of applying cosmetics to a surface. Now that's going to be your, like, after that base, your finishing touches, like shadows, stuff like that. Blush, lipstick. You're going to make the person look the way that they look. Like, usually the family provides a photo of the decedent and how they looked Sunday best or a birthday party, with their makeup on. So the makeup they typically wore. Because some people, as you know, like, I'm more of a natural makeup person. If you see me on a regular basis, I wear very little makeup. But other people might go full glam. So you need to know what they look like. And be prepared for that. So, all right, you don't want grandma having we had this happen at an SCI location, and my friend he didn't know what to do. They had a funeral in like 30 minutes, that they had to leave in 30. And he goes, our intern, I guess that's what they called, I can't remember what they called them. She gave grandma like a full glam glitz makeover and like bright red lipstick and heavy black glitter eyeshadow. And they were like, I don't know what to do. So we did a FaceTime, and I had to help him like pick out the colors from what they had. And then I said, all right, go wipe that off, put those on. Never saw her, but I said, tell me skin hue, and he showed me the decedent's photograph, and I said, these are the colors you should pick. It was an interesting situation. So it's really, really important that you follow those instructions. Like, make sure that you pay attention to the color theory. Makeup is important in this job. I know if you're going to be a funeral director and you're going to be front of office, not so much, but if you're going to be an embalmer, you really need to take the color theory and cosmetics very seriously, because that is a major part of your job. And if it hadn't been for that 30-minute saving grace period where my friend fixed, and he was like, thank you, you fixed that. And again, thank goodness someone went and checked her work. She had worked there for several months. I guess the girl just snapped. I just had a day. But it all worked out. So, and also, like, on that note, never be afraid to ask for help. Now, remember, it is illegal to send photographs of a decedent in a prep room. You cannot do that. So, if you need assistance from a colleague, or you need to contact your mentor first off. I had a situation happen on Facebook recently, and this has stuck with me, and I need people I know that we have a new generation kind of coming in that are getting a little too comfortable with sharing things online. And I tried politely to inform the person that though they're grieving, that this was an inappropriate place to take the photo. She could have taken the photo in the visitation room. She could have taken it anywhere else, but she took it in the prep room. And I don't know where you are in your schooling, but that's a no-go. You do not take photos of a decedent in a prep room. Like, you absolutely are not supposed to, and you don't share them, especially to a Facebook group where you're going to get likes and attention. That just really, I'm not going to elaborate on how I feel. So I tried to let her know, and I got berated and got a lot of really nasty Facebook messages from people who aren't even in the industry. So I was like, you don't even know what you're talking about, so I'm not going to answer. But just so you know, please don't find yourself in that situation. If you need help, contact a friend, colleague is what I mean, that you trust. Ask them, tell them the situation. You do not show that. Don't send them a picture. That's not what he did. Show that, like, you know, if you need to, we FaceTimed. He showed me the materials he had at hand, and he showed me the photo. He's like, how do I achieve this? And the photo told me everything I needed, her skin tone, etc. And from that, I was able to help him pick out his products. Never once did I see her. Golden freaking rule. And there's a reason for it. There is reverence for the dead. Please don't be that person. I am begging you. I cannot believe how disappointing. And this was a young licensed funeral director and embalmer. And she tried to mask it as being proud of her work because it was her niece and a little girl. It was her, her niece was a young girl, and her aunt. First off, that you are not the next of kin, and that is in the prep room. And I'm just sharing this because I don't think people think about that stuff. And maybe it's just because I'm becoming more of an educator, but I got some pretty disgusting hate mail. So I'm standing firm with what I said. I didn't say anything mean to her. I told her, I know you're grieving, but I just want you to be aware that these photos were taken in a prep room, and you could potentially lose your license if someone decided to report you. That wasn't going to be me. But you, honestly, like, the reason I'm telling you guys the story, the makeup is what made me think of it. Not everybody's your friend. There are people out there that are waiting for you to make a mistake. And she was so young and brilliant. And I would hate to see someone go before the board, potentially lose everything that they just worked for, all because they felt comfortable in a group and wanted likes. To me, that just felt, that wasn't it. And if anybody recognizes the situation, I have everything. I remember what I said, and I know for a fact that I have Asperger's, so perhaps I said it in a way that maybe was too direct, but I meant it from a place of, from professional to professional. I do not want you to get hurt. You're already hurting. I don't want you to lose your license. That was it. The only reason I started getting frustrated when people started calling me names for saying something. All I did was warn her. I felt bad for her, like absolutely terrible. I was like, this girl is hurting. But I also didn't want her in her grief. We all know how that works. Like being funeral professionals, we learn how grief can really like cause us to do some strange stuff. I didn't want her to like burn her career to the ground over that. And I had people who had literally zero expertise in this field. And they were I'm 34, so like a 20, 21, 22-year-old, to me, those are kids. No offense. But I had these kids calling me these names. And I'm like, my only reply would be, I need you obviously are not, and I didn't mean it like in a snobby way, but it does sound that way. I said, you obviously don't know much about this industry. It's called reverence for the dead, and we take an oath. And as a professional, once you graduate, if you haven't already, if you have, you know what I'm talking about. During your graduation ceremony, that is the oath you take. So anyway, if you ever have any issues with cosmetics, reconstruction, any of that, go find your mentor. Call your mentor first, because we will all be there. I know I have. Call your mentor. Ask them to come in and help you. There are so many other ways to do that. So I just wanted to share that because I know we're entering such a powerful age of social media where we get comfortable in these groups and they're niche groups. But I got to tell you, like, if I found my way, somebody invited me there. And I personally would not have wanted to be there. But I think about how many people are seeing that. You know, you can't trust everybody. And her funeral home was listed. Her full name was listed. No. Oh, and some of those people called a funeral home they thought I worked at. And I'm not even the one that did something illegal. So that was baffling. Achromatic color. This is important. I can't do it. I can't do that. But this is important, guys, okay? Anything that's color wheel, color theory, you absolutely need to freaking know. And I know that's frustrating, and I can't do my whisper thing because my voice is fried. But achromatic color, or anything that you hear about acquired, non-acquired facial markings, any kind of color and facial markings, you need to commit, okay? That will be my guidance for the rest of this guide. There's other stuff too, but those are the two most important in my opinion. All right. So achromatic color. A color not found in the visible spectrum. A neutral color such as white, black, gray, and silver, and gold for decorative purposes. Now, they may present that to you as such, like, I told you they trick you. They might ask you, out of the following, what is an achromatic color? And give you a list. Or they might even cut that out, and it won't even matter what colors. They might ask you that first part. A color not found in the visible spectrum. So you need to make sure you know that. Both of them. All right. I have found that when there's like two parts to it, that's typically a flag. But it's just a theory. Don't quote me. It's a personal theory. I can't prove it. So, okay. Here we go. Here's another important one. And I promise I didn't read ahead. I don't have the mental energy to do that. Acquired facial markings. You need to know the difference and what they are. You can't pass. If you don't know RA and embalming, I bless your heart. You will not. I hate to tell you that, because there are other parts, like they do sneak religious practices in, they do sneak marketing in. But if you are solid as a rock on your RA and embalming and even chemistry, because there's a chunk of chemistry. I mean, each test is different, but every question you get right matters. So if you can score high on your RA and your embalming and confidently do so, and do well with your chemistry, even if you only get 5 questions of those, I'm very confident you're going to get your 75. You feel me? So don't sleep on this. I'm telling you that I can't say anything else, but I am telling you what is important here. If you're picking up what I'm putting down, the words are on the tip of my tongue and I can't say them. So, all right. Additive method. A process of mixing colored lights on a surface on which the wavelengths of each are combined. Adding 2 or more colored lights together to create another color of light. So, what's additive mean? Like, just don't overthink it, okay? If you get that question or something like that, what is additive? It means you're adding a bunch of stuff, all right? So, easy peasy. Don't make it too hard on you. So that's why I always tell people, calm down. Don't overthink the questions, because some of them really are that easy. And they're not tricking you, surprisingly, which isn't fair. It's like, if you're going to trick me. If you're not, don't play these. They play mind games, I swear. So, anywho, all right. Adhesive. Now, I know you know what that means, but you got to go by their definition. All right. Which is close to the actual By the way, my cats are going freaking nuts. If you hear crazy sounds in the background, I can't do anything about it. If I close my office door, one cat starts screaming, the other starts scratching, and then I open it and they're mad at me. And I know you've heard them because Rory likes to talk, and my Maine Coon is now getting excited. I can't win. This is about to be an absolute... I might have to stop recording. What are y'all doing? I have a European Maine Coon, and the thing is 21 pounds. And then Rory Borealis is a meek little, like, I think he's like 12 pounds. And they're insane. I don't know why Rory Borealis loves to play. They love each other. They are brothers. But this sucker will instigate Sam. His name is Sam Hain, if you're Americanized and watched Supernatural growing up like I did. Or Sawen, if you want to be proper. But I call him Sam. But Sawen is, like, seriously 3 times the size of a normal cat. He's about the size of a medium-sized dog, like a Jack Russell or a full-grown corgi for dog people. And this, like, little Turkish Angora, I'm like, what are you doing? All right, great. They're both gone. Okay, we can get back to this. I honestly thought that I was going to have to, like, stop for the night because they've been going nuts this whole time. I apologize for the background noise. I put my microphone in front of me on my desk because I need to be able to follow along. And they just, it picks up everything. So please forgive me. All right. But you got to get to know a little bit more about me. All those pet people out there. I wish more people sent me pictures of their pets because they make me happy. But anyway, I'm not here for that. So where were we? Okay. Adhesive. It is close to what you think it would be. So honestly, don't stress it. Sticking to or adhering closely substances which may be applied in order to sustain contact of 2 surfaces. So I don't know. But they could totally ask you, like, you know how there's always one answer that's like out of left field. They could always do 2 surfaces or 4. You know, you don't know. So that's it. Cool beans. I think you'll be fine. Aerosol. That's another one I believe you'll be totally fine with. A colloidal solution dispensed as a mist. I would just worry about dispensed as a mist, okay? All right, so we are moving on to the cross stitch, which is also known as the basket weave. So we're gonna go and flip back. That is a network of stitches which cross the borders of a cavity or excision to anchor fillers and to sustain tissues in their proper position. So what I want you to picture is you're making kind of like a makeshift net almost. It doesn't need to be anything crazy. It can just be a very crude net. It needs to anchor filler. Whether you are using wax or that weird putty filler that hardens, it just needs to be able to hold it there. You don't need to do anything too crazy. Basically just what you feel comfortable with. If you feel you need to do more, do more. If you feel the amount of filler you're gonna need, you need some more, like it needs to hold more weight, you go for it. Trust your instincts. But that's what that is, okay? All right. And it sounds a lot more intimidating than it is, but once you start, it's really not. All right, moving on. We are going to crown, also known as the vertex. That is the topmost part of the head. I'm sure you've heard of crown with like talk of babies. It's still applicable. Crow's feet. I think that most of us, once we turn 30, know what those are. At least I do, sadly. Crow's feet, also known as optic facial sulcus. These are the furrows radiating from the lateral corner of the eye. Here we go with, remember I told you acquired versus, all right? These are acquired facial markings. You acquire them over time because of eye movement, right? Sadly, no matter how hard you try. But yeah, see, told you, acquired, natural, you got me. All right, we are going on to crura of the antihelix. Now, I told you we're going to do an episode on ear parts. Now, I'm thinking about doing a YouTube because that's probably the best way of doing it. All right, so defining crura of the antihelix. That is the superior and anterior bifurcating branches of the antihelix of the ear. Blah, 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 blah. Sorry. 3 a.m. Now it's 4 a.m. I swear I'm not drunk. I just have not slept. All right. I believe that you pronounce it crus of the helix, C-R-U-S. The origin of the helix, which is flattened by the concha. Now we're jumping to a whole new thing. Cuticle remover. A commercially prepared solvent used to remove dead cuticle from the nails and obstinate scabs. Useful. Decapitation. Love that. Love how we just like transitioned. Sorry, this messed up. Anyway, separation of the head from the body. To decapitate is the act of such separation. If I feel like maybe it's because I'm a horror buff, but like I feel like a lot of us know what decapitation is. Along with decomposition, I think a lot of us know decomp. All right, decomposition as defined by the glossary. Separation, and you gotta know their definition. Forget what you know. I always tell people, because they'll tell me it wasn't what I know what the answer is. I'm like, that's great. Did you answer it the way the glossary says? Well, no, because that's not right. They don't care how you do it at your funeral home. They care about their darn book. So, sorry. So again, decapitation, as the glossary says, is what you would think. That's separation of the head from the body. To decapitate is the act of such separation. So we got that. Like, I don't think there is another definition. But decomposition, all right? That is the separation of compounds into simpler substances by the action of microbial or autolytic enzymes. Okay, I'm going to repeat that. Decomposition, as to their glossary, separation of compounds into simpler substances by the action of microbial or autolytic enzymes. Okay. Deep filler. A material employed to fill cavities or excisions and to serve as a foundation for the superficial wax restoration. Dehydrated. Now, at least this one's not like different from what we know it as. So dehydrated, by their terms, loss of water from the body or tissues. Moving on to dehydration, also known as desiccation. I'm sure you might be familiar with that word if you've been through school. If not, you will. All right, so that is the loss of moisture from body tissue, which may occur antemortem or postmortem, rendered thoroughly dry, exhausted of all moisture. Now that definition is important. All right, density. The thickness of the applied cosmetic. Dental prognathism. Also, buck teeth. I believe we covered that a little earlier. There we go. I actually think buck teeth was the example I gave. Anyway, oblique insertion of the teeth. Dental tie. A ligature around the superior and inferior teeth employed to hold the mandible into a fixed position. Depress. To lower inferiorly or to reduce projection. Depression. Now, don't think mental health, okay? A hollow or shallow concave area in a surface. Depressor anguli oris. A muscle of facial expression which depresses the angle of the mouth. All right, so we have another depressor, all right? Depressor labii inferioris. That is a muscle of facial expression which draws the lower lip inferiorly and slightly lateral. Now we're going to move on to derma, which is also known as the dermis or the skin, and that is the corium or true skin. Moving on to desquamation. Now that's like, I gotta say, out of all of my mortuary science words, that is my favorite. Aqueous humor, favorite medical term. Desquamation, favorite mortuary. Oh gosh. Anyway, doesn't matter. Morbid of me. Desquamation, also known as skin slip. That is the separation of the epidermis from the dermis as a result of putrefaction. Wow. Putrefaction. Sorry about that. Like I said, it's 4 a.m. I got this though. I'm doing this for you. All right. Moving on to desiccation. It says dehydration. So we're going to go back to dehydration. The loss of moisture from the body tissue, which may occur antemortem or postmortem, rendered thoroughly dry, exhausted of all moisture. Deviations, a variation from the common or established. That seems pretty easy to remember. All right, diamond, a frontal view geometric head shape, which is widest across the cheekbones, narrowing in width in both the forehead and the jaws. Now, what I found that helped me when I was trying to study for facial shapes, I pictured them. I read the list of facial shapes, and then I drew what I believed would look like one based on a real, not like a cartoony face, but like a real person's face. And then I went and read and saw like what I did wrong and altered them. And then I drew them again. And I gotta tell you, drawing them really helped me learn the differences between them. Because some of them can be quite similar, right? So note cards aren't going to help you with those, in my opinion. I kind of said, even if you're not a good drawer, like I'm not, I would just draw them out. Learn the shapes by drawing them. All right. So I believe this is pronounced, oh goodness, I'm not awake for this. Digastricus, Digastricus. Digastricis. Cus. Okay, whatever. I spelled it. I know you understand because I spelled digastricus. There we go. All right, yay me. A double-bellied muscle, which draws the hyoid bone superiorly. There's just some words I don't use a lot. Like, I know them when I look at them, but like, I know you probably all have those words where you just like never have to say them, but you know exactly what they mean. I feel that doing this podcast, I have felt that so deeply, so many times. So anyway, dilution, a substance thinned or reduced in concentration, a cosmetic lessened in brilliance. Dimples, I believe you know what those are. Shallow depressions, but they want you to know them by their terms, okay? So forget what you think a dimple is, whether it be back or cheek, okay? Shallow depressions located on the cheek or chin. They include the dimple of the chin as, okay? In a rounded or vertical form. For example, one of the natural facial markings. So here we go again with a natural facial marking. Now, if you're looking for a way to study, may I suggest the drawing is a good one for facial shapes, but acquired and natural markings are a major part, and I would recommend doing kind of like, I don't remember what they're called, but the chart where a T chart. So you have acquired and natural, and I would do a list of natural and a list of acquired. Truthfully, I think that could help you. Otherwise, if you know them, some people just know them. Like, it just makes sense to them. Like, crow's feet absolutely would be acquired because you're not going to have crow's feet born. You're going to have like a dimple in your chin. You're going to have one of those upon birth. Unless you get those piercing in your cheeks to get dimples, you're going to have those suckers when you're born. I've got back dimples. I've had them since I was a kid. Natural markings. So if you know them, you know them. But if you don't, that's okay. I suggest making a T-chart, checking it twice. No, Megan, not Christmas. No. But seriously, it could help you. And then you will know them. And just think about it that way. If you're born with it, then you're good. Otherwise, maybe it's Maybelline or an acquired facial. I need to stop trying to be funny. It's 4 a.m, guys. I love you. Please forgive me, and hopefully you laugh a little bit. Maybe it's natural facial marking. Maybe it's Maybelline. Why is that funny to me? It's not. Picture anyway. Whatever. Oh God, I'm not cutting that. Yeah, I snort when I laugh. I'm crying. Okay. All right. Okay, I'm good. I'm keeping that because maybe y'all need that in your day. And I'm used to people laughing at my laugh. God knows my husband makes me laugh. I swear to hear me laugh because it cracks him up. I tickled myself. Yeah, all right. And for you New Englanders, I said tickled because I'm from Connecticut originally. I hope y'all appreciated that one. For any non-New Englanders, I made myself laugh. Kind of like if you tickle your own armpit or your foot. There you go. All right. So let's get back to it, shall we? Distension, a state of stretching out or becoming inflated. Distortion, a state of being twisted or pushed out of a natural shape or position. Now that one should kind of ring clear to you because if it's distorted, it's not right. So I would remember it that way. Like if you get a question that's related to that, just think about whatever one is not how it should be. Your body, if you are distorted, your body is not the way it should be. And I'm not talking like naturally, like that's something happened, right? Okay, I just want to make that clear. All right, dorsum says top, the anterior protruding ridge of the nose from the root to the tip of the lobe. So I hope you can picture that. I'm touching it, but you can't see me. I'm telling you, I have to do a YouTube. Ugh. All right. You got me. I commit to it. But I'm going to do this first, okay? Because I have invested so much money and time into this freaking project that is this podcast for y'all. I am finishing this sucker, and then I will embark on... God, y'all are gonna have to see me. Oh, it's so much easier talking to my cat. Oh, anyway, y'all are gonna see me. Okay, deep breath. All right, so dorsum, we went over dorsum. Dowel, a wood, and it is exactly what you're gonna think from wood shop if you remember. Dowel, a wooden, and here's where it changes, or metal rod used as an armature. Okay? Dry rouge, a compacted cake-type cosmetic of red coloration. All you have to remember, dry rouge, it's dry, right? So you're gonna, if you see any terminology like cakey, dry, like anything like that, done. Rouge, French for red, done. So look for red. All right? And if they try to trick you up with like wet, something wet, like a wet-based cosmetic, just remember it said dry, okay? It gave it to you. Highly doubt you have to worry about that though. Drying powder is important. All right, a non-preserving powder utilized in setting cosmetics and a wax firming agent, okay? That's why it's important. Forget the cosmetic part. They want you to know it will firm wax. You understand me? Good. I'm sorry. I'm holding the microphone really close to my face, and I'm used to like projecting to my microphone like across my desk. So I don't mean to like yell at y'all. So it's like, I feel like I'm making a point that I don't need to make. But anyway, that is really important. That's what you need to remember. It fixes wax, okay? And it does so well. All right. And all right, so drying powder, I'm going to repeat it, because that's how important. A non-preserving powder utilized in setting cosmetics, which blah, 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 blah. It actually might even say drying powder, not like doesn't only settle cosmetics, but also is an important factor in, like, just an example. I actually do not know the question, but I'm just giving you an example of like what I'm trying to talk to you, like what I'm trying to explain. It is also what? And wax firming agent could be in there, right? Examples include talcum powder and cosmetic powder. All right, so finally moving on, right? Dusky, like dusk to dawn, dusky. Swarthy, oh, I love that word. That's a good one. I haven't heard that since like, I can't even speak pirate, but pirate speak. Remember when Facebook would like speak to you like a pirate? Aye, matey. Like some swarthy stuff right there. I need to go to sleep. Somewhat dark in color. So dusky. Somewhat dark in color when used to describe the complexion color. Dusky. Somewhat dark in color used to describe the complexion color. Ear. See, I'm telling you guys, like, I can't make it any more obvious. The glossary does it for me. The organ of hearing. Edema. Abnormal accumulation of fluids in tissues or body cavities. Electric spatula. An electrically heated blade that is used to dry moist, hate that word, tissues, reduces swollen tissues, and restores contour to natural form. Elevation, a raised surface or part. Emaciation, this is a good one. Excessive leanness. Emaciation, you're going to probably want to think, have you ever seen like an extreme anorexic with hospice patients, especially like late stage Alzheimer's and dementia, when they stop eating? That's kind of what you're going to expect to see. All right. So when you think emaciation, I want you to picture severe anorexia, someone who has like just stopped having the will to eat, and they literally are skin and bones. It's unlike anything you're ever going to see. All right. So emaciation, excessive leanness. Now, like, I'm sorry that I added that because that's a little graphic, but to me, excessive leanness does not do that justice. Emaciation is so much worse than that. Like, that's actually insulting to me. So, excessive leanness, a wasted condition resulting in sunken surfaces of the face. Like, oh my God, that's the definition. All right. But yeah, it will. So, because of like, when you lose weight, think about it. Like, Ozempic right now is really popular. You can tell, actually, I don't know if you know this yet, if you look at a celebrity, I'm not going to name any, I'll let you start noticing, because once you know, you'll see. Celebrities that have used Ozempic for weight loss, you can see it in their face. Look at their face. You will see those sunken features. And sometimes they contour or try to do like the dark eyeshadow. No. I want you to look and you'll see. Okay? Because right there, that's proof of what we're talking about. All right? Same concept, honestly. The Ozempic kind of slows down your eating. Like, you don't eat as much. So it is a similar, not saying they're the same. That's not my point. My point is that it's a similar effect on your face, okay? Don't come at me. I just thought of that. I'm like, that's a good way of showing you what that looks like. All right. Embed, to fix or fasten into place. So what you would think of like embedding something. Eminence, a prominence or projection of bone. Emphasis, much like I've been doing most of this. So emphasis, the process of making color appear more vivid by illuminating it with a light of the same color. It's kind of hard to explain that unless you've had time in a funeral home. So even if you do not work for one yet, ask. Funeral directors can be really great. Just make sure you go on a day where there is no funeral. You could check online. Obituaries are literally a click away. Go on a day, typically not too early in the morning. If you see a lot of cars, that probably means there might be a family there. Try your best to go and ask them to show you, and they will. And if there's a funeral, go during visitation. You'll see the lighting. I know that I went to like Gupton. That was actually part of our, like, we had to do that. We had to go to 10 funerals. So like, it's not as weird as it sounds, and you will see exactly what that's talking about. And for me, I'm a very visual person. So that actually made a lot of sense. It's amazing how light, it like really enhances our features. So anyway, all right. Enucleation, the removal of an entire mass or part, especially a tumor or the eyeball without rupture. Epicranus, also known as the occipitofrontalis. I love that word. The muscle that draws the scalp posteriorly, and inferiorly, and raises the eyebrows. Epidermis, that is the outermost layer of the skin, the cuticle or scarf skin. Sorry, I don't know. My mouth just did not want that one coming out. That was weird. Anyway, all right. Excise, to remove as by cutting it out. Excision, the area from which tissue has been removed. Exposed area, any visible surface which is to remain uncovered or unclothed. Now, if you get something like that, I would pray that you know that one. That's a gift from God. It like I'd be super jelly, actually, if you got one of those on your exam. What is an exposed area? Well, darn. Anyway, I'm being petty. Anyway, more so funny than petty, but I found petty to be funnier. All right. So, and here we go, another ear. Guys, I can't make this I can't tell you, but I hope you're picking up what I'm putting down. All right. External auditory meatus. What part of your body is that, guys? You want to take a freaking gander? It's your freaking ear. All right. And it's the opening or passageway of the ear. Get me? I think you're getting it by now. I can't say it. All right. External pressure. Weight applied to a surface. And I know you're thinking like, duh. But I gotta read it, okay? Because you gotta know it the way they want it. All right. Eyebrows. And it has in parentheses the correct terminology because they do that. They will actually refer to it by the correct scientific term. Supercilia, no joke, okay? Superficial hairs covering the superciliary arches. So you need to know supercilia because they do that stuff. All right, eyebrow pencil, a cosmetic in pencil form for coloring the hairs of the eyebrows or for creating an eyebrow where the hairs were removed or maybe like the person just like had barely any eyebrows and the picture provided was them like 20 years younger and they had like black eyebrows. You never know. You don't know. Anyway, eye cap. I am very sure most of you know this. I'm assuming that this is for my listeners that are early in school or not in school yet. An eye cap. That is a thin dome-like shell that is made of hardened cloth, metal, or plastic that is placed beneath the eyelids to restore the natural curvature and to maintain the position of the posed eyelids. Now, to add to that, they're kind of freaky when you first see them. I have only ever seen the metal and plastic ones. I have yet to see cloth. I don't know if that's outdated. I don't know. But when you see them for the first time, they look a little off-putting. They have little spikes on them. This way, when you put them on the eye, they kind of hook into the eyelids so they don't pop back open. Because you think about it, like if it's a smooth surface, what's going to happen? They just kind of slip back open. So they have these little, you can Google eye caps and you'll see images and there's like these little spikes. And I'm not talking upwards, they're slanted to the side. So I highly suggest if you're not familiar with them already, take a quick Google, eye caps and put in like funeral service and you'll see exactly, they're usually like pink or nude and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. All right. Eyelids, also known as palpebrae. 2 movable flaps of skin which cover and uncover each eyeball. Eyeshadow, a cosmetic color that is applied to the upper eyelid. Eye socket, the bony region containing the eyeball. The orbital cavity, that's important. All right, face. Anatomically, the region from the eyes to the base of the chin. Physiognomically, it is the region from the normal hairline to the base of the chin. So keep that in mind. Anatomically, region from the eyes to the base of the chin. Physiognomically, region from the hairline to the base of chin. All right, so there's 2 different ones. Facial markings. The quote-unquote character lines of the face and the neck. This includes wrinkles, grooves, cords, and dimples. Facial profiles. The silhouettes of the face from the side view. Facial proportions. Mathematical relationships of the facial features to one another and or to the head and face. Now, I'm going to give you my favorite cheat code. When you enter your testing room, you are allowed to bring literally nothing with you, except maybe medication and your glasses if you need them, okay? They pat you down. It's bonkers. Now, here's something you have that they can't take from you. And in RA, you're going to need it. If you've taken any RA classes, you know this, what I'm about to talk about. Like your mouth is 2 eyes wide. The space between your eyes is 1 eye. You have a hand. So my testing center anyway, you had these headphones on and you had like a cubicle, so people like honestly couldn't see you. There was a camera though, so like your proctor's gonna see you, but you're not doing anything, you know? The best advice, my little like life hack here, take your freaking finger, hold it to your eye. See how big your eye is. If you forget any facial proportions, because in your book, it literally tells you what they are, okay? Like this many eyes make up this many, I'm not even kidding. Like like when you make your armature, when I got mine graded, she seriously measured the eye and compared it to everything else. I swear that's the only reason I got a 99. I got 1 point off because I didn't put pores. I'm not kidding. I didn't even know we had to, but it makes sense now. Anyway, but sit there, take your finger, hold it up to your eye. Take your thumb, put your thumb where the corner of your eye ends, and use that. Ta-da! You just got umpteen questions settled because any of the ones that ask you about how many eyes this is, you got that stuff set. And weirdly, it doesn't matter what face, because you might have larger eyes, but it's still gonna work. It's the weirdest thing, because like I'm half Native American. I have large eyes and wide set lips, and that trick works for me. And it works for my sister. Like I call her my sister, but she's fully European, and it worked for her. So it's crazy, but it works. Worth a shot, right? Especially if you find yourself in a foxhole where you're like, I don't know. Trust me, it works. All right. Where were we? All right. Feather. To reduce gradually to an indistinguishable edge. To taper. Filler. Material used to fill a large cavity. In parentheses, example, plaster of Paris and cotton, or liquid sealer and cotton. All right, moving on to firmness. The degree of rigidity or stability, a condition of the tissues necessary for the application of wax. Firm wax, also known as wound filler. The most viscous type of wax, a putty-like material that is used to fill large cavities or model features. Now, this is important. You need to know the difference between first, second, and third degree burns. Trust me on this, and you might think you do. You probably do not. Not mortuary anyway. First degree burn. Injury caused by heat, which produces redness of the skin. Florid, Florid. Flushed with red when describing a complexion, not as vivid as ruddy, Ruddy. Fluorescent light. Very important to know the different lights. My voice doesn't have that funny little whisper I do. Like I told you in previously, I can't drink tea, and my voice is done. Like, remember this is important. I can't. I'm gonna sound like I'm trying to like wheeze or something. So I'm just gonna flat out say, This is freaking important, and I will slap you with a fish if you don't listen to me, all right? So fluorescent light. You need to know all your light. Like if it says something light, freaking remember it, all right? That's my point. I'm just going to be a little more aggressive because I'm cranky and in pain. So, all right. The illumination produced by a tubular electric discharge lamp. The fluorescence of phosphors coating the inside of a tube. I'm going to repeat this. Fluorescent light. Illumination produced by a tubular electric discharge. All right. Fluorescence of phosphors coating the inside of the tube. Got that? Fold. An elongated prominence adjoining a surface. Foramen magnum. I'm going to try this. This is important. No, really. An opening in the occipital bone through which the spinal cord passes from the brain. I don't know why they're obsessed with it, but like they are. All right. Force. The quality, and not what you think it is, okay? And I'm talking force like use the force, Luke. The quality of a color to draw attention by means of its intensity or quote-unquote advancing characteristics. Not what you expected, huh? You thought use the force, Luke, huh? No. No. All right. Forehead. This is super easy. I'll be disappointed if you forget. That part of the face above the eyes. That is it. No joke. All right. Form. External shape. A mold for casting. Produce a certain shape to constitute existing elements. Foundation. The complexion, cosmetic, and ornamental cosmetology. Here we go with another degree of burn. Oh, we went fourth. So I ended at third. You need to know all the way to fourth, guys. Fourth degree burn. Total evacuation or absence of tissue. That sounds pleasant, doesn't it? You really do need to know the difference. Like, seriously, no. Be good. Shut up, Megan. All right. Know the difference of all of them. All right. Fracture. Broken bone. Easy peasy, right? All right. Frenulum. Sorry. The vertical restraining fold of mucous membrane on the midline of the inside of each lip, connecting the lip with the gum. Now, I'm sure you can kind of feel, you put your finger in, you'll feel around if you care. All right, frontal, anterior, the anterior view of the face or features. Now, we've done an episode on the different, like, views, planes, etc. So you should be familiar with that. All right, frontal bone, the anterior third. Did I mention third? Because it's the anterior third of the cranium, forming the forehead and the anterior portion of the roof of the skull. Cannot tell you how important that is. Frontal eminences. Paired, rounded, unmargined prominences of the frontal bone found approximately 1 inch beneath the normal hairline. All right. Frontal process of the maxilla. The ascending part of the upper jaw, which gradually protrudes as it rises beside the nasal bone to meet the frontal bone. The ascending process of the upper jaw. Funeral lighting. Now, like I said, if you have time and you don't already work at one, I highly recommend, you can even call ahead if you're uncomfortable, go there. A lot of them are especially, I know a couple, I'm in Myrtle Beach, and there's some that won't, but like, if I went a little further out into the country, they'd be amazing. Like, they'd happily show me. So don't be afraid. And it's also great networking. Like, especially if you don't have an apprenticeship yet, I'm telling you, like, asking questions, great way to network. All right, funeral lighting. The quality and quantity of illumination used for presentation of casketed remains. And I gotta tell you, I've had some directors who like get super excited to share, like, look what this does. And they'll show you. Like I had one that was an elderly woman. She was very pale. And we did blue, we did red. And I gotta tell you, it was crazy the difference it made. So if you get someone like that like just loves their job, which most really do, you'll really benefit from that. And do it before you test. It will stick with you. I promise you, like, for me, certain things did not stick until I saw them. I kid you not. Perfectly normal too. All right. Furrow. All right. Also known as a wrinkle. A crevice in the skin accompanied by adjacent elevations. All right. Geometric. The shape of a plane figure determined by its outline, such as a rounded, oval, square, etc. Now, I know David's working on, he's got his book, and if you get his book, he goes in detail with that. Like, this is his jam, okay? All right. Glabella. A single bony prominence of the frontal bone located between the superciliary arches in the inferior part of the frontal bone above the root of the nose. Gray, as in the color, okay? Gray. A neutral, achromatic color resulting from the mixture of black and white pigments. A color resulting from the mixture of complementary pigmentary hues in equal quantities. I'm going to repeat that because this is important. Yeah, I did it. Okay. Gray. A neutral, achromatic color resulting from the mixture of black and white pigments. A color resulting from the mixture of complementary pigmentary hues in equal quantities. All right? Huzzah! All right. Grecian. A nasal profile form in which the dorsum exhibits a straight line from the root to the tip. A straight nasal profile. Here we go with another color, guys. Green. The hue resulting from the mixture of yellow and blue pigments, we're going back to art class, in equal quantities. 1 of 3 of the secondary pigment hues. You really do need to know primary, secondary, color wheel, etc., okay? Groove. An elongated depression in a relatively level plane of surface. Hairline. The outline of hair growth on the head of... Wow. The outline of hair growth on the head or face. The lowest centrally located part of the hair of the cranium. There we go. Hair patch. A grouping of hairs affixed by suturing utilized in hair restorations. Hard palate. The anterior portion of the roof of the mouth. Head shape. The outline of the exterior margins of the head. Height. The vertical measurement of a feature or part of a feature, the distance above the base. Here we go again with that dang ear. Helix, the outer rim of the ear. Hemoglobin, red pigment, the protein coloring matter of the red blood. I don't know how to say this word. Corpuscles. 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 Oh my gosh, I'm so embarrassed. Corpuscles. We're going to go with that. I'm so sorry. Which serves to convey oxygen to the tissues forming oxyhemoglobin. And I'm pretty good with medical terms. That one's new to me. Hidden stitch. Now, this is important. You need to know your stitches, and they are described in your embalming book and your RA book. So, and you can even go online, and I believe there are videos given. I'll try to find them, but I intend to make them if not. I'm just going to have to buy maybe that tattoo skin and show y'all how to do them. Hooray, YouTube. All right. So hidden stitch. These are super important because you'll get people with car accidents, something happened to their face, and you need to make sure their family don't need to see that. So, all right. This is also called an intradermal suture. It is a type of suture that is used to close incisions in such a manner that the ligature remains entirely under the epidermis. All right. Highlight. A surface lying at right angles to the source of illumination which reflects the maximum amount of light, the brighter part. Horizontal. Parallel to the plane of the horizon. It's ridiculous. Horizontal. Why don't you just say, you can't see me, but I'm putting my hands straight flat. Vertical, up. Horizontal, flat across. Just do that. That's ridiculous. Anyway. Okay. Horseshoe curve is roughly the letter U shaped, with the front being narrower than the sweep of the curve. That is all it says. Hue, very important. The property of a color by which it is distinguished from other colors. Hue, the property of a color by which it is distinguished from the other colors. Okay? Humor, and I'm not ha-ing at this one, okay? Humor, any liquid or semi-liquid of the body. For example, the aqueous, which, love that word, or vitreous humor of the eyeball. Now, the vitreous, not as exciting as the aqueous. Aqueous is way cooler. Personal opinion, hot take. All right, matters not. We are moving on to hunting bow, shaped as a bent wood weapon with a central belly, resembling a cupid bow. The 5 arcs in the line of the lip closure resemble the design of the classic hunting bow. I have that. So it's interesting to try and describe it. It's your top lip, and those are the lips where from the line of from the edge of the lip, it goes up and it kind of makes like an M shape. And that's a Cupid's bow, hunter's bow. So picture that. I'm not bragging. I'm just telling you that's what my freaking lip looks like. I hate it, okay? So please don't take that any other way than me trying to help you picture it. All right. I asked if I could fix it, and the person said I'd look silly, so I didn't. No joke. Hypodermic injection. The insertion of chemicals directly into the tissues through the use of a syringe and a needle. Hypodermic tissue building. Oh, I love watching tissue building. I wish there could be a YouTube channel dedicated to that legally, because that is one of the most satisfying freaking things ever. And you get good at it. It's one of those things you just get good at as an embalmer. All right. Hypodermic tissue building. The injection of special creams or liquids into the tissues through the use of a syringe and needle to restore natural contour. Like I said, family's going to give you a picture, if they have their family there. Not everybody does. I know that's sad. But typically those are also direct cremations or direct burials. You'll get a picture of a loved one, and your goal is to get them to be as close as possible. Now, I got one where this guy died from pancreatic cancer, and it was a long battle. Unfortunately, we're talking almost a year, and he was wasted away. His wife had a photo of him from like 3 years ago. And I looked at that. I'm like, luckily, the lady I worked with, she did a fantastic job, but it was just really, the expectations were not fair. And the woman's father was an embalmer, so I was like, how do you not understand? But I know it was grief, 100% grief. And I felt sorry, but she was happy with the results, but I just saw the picture. I'm like, how are we going to accomplish that? She goes, very slowly. And we got it close. I mean, she got it close. Like, that woman is a pro. She deserved, I wish that there were like mortuary awards, because I would submit her. It was incredible. To this day, one of the most amazing things I've ever seen. So, all right. Illumination, giving or casting of light. Here we go with another light you need to remember, and I will repeat it. Incandescent lighting. The illumination resulting from the glowing of a heated filament. You ready? Incandescent light. The illumination resulting from the glowing of a heated filament. Incision. A clean cut into tissue or skin. So like what you're doing in order to do like arterial embalming. All right. Incisive fossa. The depression between the mental eminence and the inferior incisor teeth. Incisor teeth. The 4 teeth located anteriorly from the midline on each jaw, used for cutting. So like, kind of think of your fangs, all right? That's what they mean. Those are your incisors. Inclination. And we're not talking like you feel inclined. Inclination. Slope. Deviation from the horizontal or the vertical. Oblique. Indigo. Another important color. A blue dye obtained from certain plants or made synthetically, usually from aniline dyes. A deep violet blue designated by Newton as one of the 7 prismatic colors. Now, if I had to guess, you're going to want to remember designated by Newton as one of the 7 prismatic colors, okay? As far as indigo goes, the rest I don't see as important. But I think indigo, designated by Newton as one of the 7 prismatic colors, that's a go. All right. Infantine, babyish. It's exactly what when you hear infantine, exactly what you think. Babyish, childlike in regard to too much adipose tissue, also refers to a facial profile. Inferior, beneath, lower in plane or position. The undersurface of an organ or indicating a structure below another structure toward the feet. Inferior nasal conchae. The lowermost scroll-shaped bones on the side walls of the nasal cavity. God, this is making my nose itch to read these about noses. Inferior palpebral sulcus. Got it. The furrow of the lower attached border of the inferior palpebra, an acquired facial marking. Okay, another acquired. So acquired facial marking, inferior palpebral sulcus. That one. I'm telling you, make a T-chart. If you struggle with these, make a T-chart. All right. Infranasal prognathism. A form of prognathism in which the base of the nasal cavity protrudes abnormally. Infrared. The part of the invisible spectrum adjacent to the red end of the visible spectrum. Please remember that. Infrared. The part of the invisible spectrum adjacent to the red end of the visible spectrum. May or may not get anything like that, but just in case. Inner canthus, which is the eminence at the medial corner of the closed eyelids. The next one, this one Guys, it is 1 a.m. Please don't judge me too hard for saying it. I know you know what I mean. I'll spell it afterwards. You can hear it in my voice. And I just give up. All right. Integumentary lips. And I'm pretty sure that's how it's said. Integumentary. Okay? I can't think of how. And maybe it's the Southern that's been introduced into me and mixed in with the Northern and like the Midwestern. Because some of these words, I swear, like I've lived all over and I swear it blends. Anyway, to define that, superiorly, the skin portion of the upper lip from the attached margin of the upper mucous membrane to the base of the nose. And inferiorly, the skin portion of the lower lip from the attached margin of the lower mucous membrane to the labiomental sulcus. Blah, blah, blah. Wow. And whenever I first start, I'm good once I start, but the first words or two, I'm like, blah, 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 blah. All right. I like this one. Intense. Existing in a high degree of brilliance, vivid. Should we all not strive to achieve that definition in our lives? I want to be intense by that definition. Intense to me always had kind of like a negative connotation, like you don't want to be too intense, but I dig that one. I would like to be existing in a high degree of brilliance and vivid. That sounds kind of like peacock, and I think peacocks are awesome. You can tell it's 1 a.m, can't you? All right. And I don't get much better during the day. I'm pretty weird 9 times out of 10. All right. Interciliary sulci. Oh, we'll stick to that. I skipped one. The vertical or transverse furrows between the eyebrows. These are acquired facial markings. I'm telling you, the T-chart is going to help you. Like people swear note cards work. The only reason note cards work is because you're writing the same crap down over and over and over again, my friend. So if you're one of those learners, there you go. The T-chart is going to help you distinguish. This is what I did. It distinguishes acquired versus natural. If it doesn't make sense to you already, because I do know people who you ask them and off the cuff, they just know. I'm not one of those people. So don't feel bad if you're like, well, I can't do that. No, I can't freaking do it either, and it's spooky. I had a friend that could do it. I'm like, dude. Anyway, so, all right, I did skip one, so we're going to go back. It is intensify, to become more brilliant or more vivid in color. So, okay, they're intense, and intensify is related to color. I guess I can't be intense like a peacock. Life dream ruined. Fine. I think I only think I'm funny because I'm tired. All right. So we are moving on to intermediate hue. And you're going to start to see more and more color. Like I said, ear color, sutures, cannot tell you. I literally cannot tell you how important it is to know your sutures and the scenarios in which they apply. So the DEAD program, I know I'm sponsored by him, but you have to understand I'm not making money off of this. Like when you use my discount code, I'm not getting paid. This is me hooking you guys up with an excellent study tool that will prepare you. And what David did was he actually wrote questions that, nobody's going to give you the answer, guys, but he will give you the format, how to predict how they're going to ask. Oh, and did I mention the most important part, the scenarios. You'll understand. Just do a month. And I know it's expensive, but you've already invested this much. His study books, I have the science one. I want the arts one so bad, but he's like, girl, you're already so good at arts. I'm like, but I want it. The science book, if you struggle with science and you sit down and you truly commit, not just to my podcast, but to his study book, I truly believe you will do okay. But you got to believe in yourself, because we are our own worst enemy, and I can give you all the tools. You can listen to all my podcasts, which literally gives you every freaking answer that I can. I'm not supposed to say that. Literally prepares you the best way I can. And I give you all the tools. And I can only help you that far. But I truly do believe if you follow these rubrics, you will do great. And I just wanted to take a moment, because this is a long darn episode, no matter what I do. Pep talk time. Like, this is stressful. This is a lot of information. You do not, I repeat, you do not need to know it all. I am intentionally highlighting the information that is most important. Now, are they going to potentially throw you one from left field that's like, what the heck, Megan? You said that I didn't have... Honey, one wrong. I believe the magic number is 20. I cannot remember. God bless Professor Mullins told us what the magic number wrong was. Want to say 20. You can do the calculations yourself. It is seriously now 1:30 in the morning. I'm not doing it. But one question, when you know the rest of your stuff, I got to keep this PG, because otherwise I lose my ad revenue, which barely pays for anything anyway. But regardless, $2 is better than nothing. But you get me. No, really, like, just remember that. Focus on the things I am telling you to focus on, and you will do fine. Stop trying to remember every darn thing in a textbook. Now, I do tell you, read these books, because it creates a foundation. And if it's been a while, like, for me, I graduated last May, not last May, a year ago in May. It's been over a year now. So it's been over a year since I've touched those textbooks, right? So when I say that, I mean that for the people who haven't opened a textbook since they graduated. If you're like graduating in 30 days or doing that, I'm not talking about you, okay? You're well prepared. But it doesn't hurt to flip back through. You know, those books are, I can't say it. I got in trouble. How do I say this without trouble? Those books are heavily what they base their questions on. So therefore, it may be very smart for one to, per se, read these magical textbooks, which in a way are like elongated notes for studying for this exam. And I won't even name the exam. Is that better? I guess that's better than what I used to say. I used to say something really bad. I got in trouble. It was worth it though. 'Cause it's true. Okay. All right. So, sorry guys. I just kind of lonely most of the time. So it's nice to talk to you guys. Yeah. All right. So we are now... All right, we're going to flip pages here. Give me 1 second, okay? All right. Interrupted suture. See bridge stitch. All right. Crud. Bridge stitch. Grr. 1 sec, guys. Hold that thought. That's not too far, so we'll go back to that, because these are important. I want you to know this. Normally, I'm like, hey, I'll just put this in there. No. All right. A temporary suture consisting of individually cut and tied stitches employed to sustain the proper position of tissues. All right, you got that? Let me go back to this. All right, and that is, again, the interrupted suture. Like I said, usually, I'm pretty good about, I'll just put like multiple repeats in the description of my podcast, but you really do need to know your sutures to pass this. Like, they are going to ask you scenario-based questions. Like, I'm going to make this one up. mostly. All right, let's just say you have a motorcycle accident victim and he or she completely messed up her face, okay? You are going to be potentially given a very specific scenario of what damage has been done. Then, okay, now they like to so much fluff is what I call it. They fluff the crap out of their questions. So what you got to get good at, and this is why I like the DEAD program, you're going to have to get good at reading through the BS, all right? You need to see through the nonsense that they're trying to fuel you up with. So you're thinking about it. It makes your brain swirl. And that's what it's supposed to do. It is truly supposed to do that. Okay. I've been studying this stuff and I'm telling you, I've cracked their code and I know what they're doing. I took the MCATs and I got one of the highest scores in my year. I know darn well what these people are doing. They're not new at this, they're not special, and they're not good at it. Because you know what? MCATs, they're better at it. I'm off my soapbox. It makes me angry. You know how I feel about gatekeeping. I go on about gatekeeping all the time. That, my friends, that's a form of gatekeeping. When you intentionally make an exam tricky or difficult when it doesn't need to be, that is gatekeeping. When you do it so that students struggle and then feel disappointed in themselves, feel like failures, feel like they didn't do well enough, feel like they let themselves down, their family down, that their school was pointless, all this money was wasted. Screw that. You know what? That is gatekeeping. That is wrong, and I am not a fan of it. And that, my friends, is why I do this podcast at 1 in the freaking morning. That is why I put so much passion and energy into it. Because you deserve better. And these schools are not doing you better. Nobody is. You don't deserve that. I didn't deserve that. And I very much so remember that experience. Nobody. As long as my podcast stays up, nobody is going to feel that way again. That is my absolute vow. Okay? Share my podcast because ever since I lost my modship, I can't write. I don't know what I did. Honestly, I don't know. I think it's because I was sick. I was taking care of some stuff. It's all, no hard feelings. But because of that, I don't feel right posting my podcast every time I post an episode. I try to keep up in the comments, but share it. Because these other people are in the same boat, but they haven't found this tool. Let them help people. Okay, we're all in this together. And you know what? The funeral industry is a dying industry because not enough people, just like medicine, not enough people are able to get into it. So, you get me? All right. Gosh, I shouldn't do these so early. I get so boxy. But I think I'm right. I don't know. Don't hate me, okay? I love all of you so much. All right. Interrupted suture, which means we are now going on to the intertragic notch. And that would be a notch or opening between the tragus and the antitragus of the ear. Here we go with ear again. Not going to go down that rabbit hole. Already said enough. Next is intradermal suture. It says see hidden stitch. And again, would not do this, but it's RA and we need to. 1 second, please, all right. I'm going off my book, guys. I can't just highlight it in my computer and find it easily. All right, hidden stitch intradermal suture. This is a type of suture that is used to close incisions in such a manner that the ligature remains entirely under the epidermis, which I'm sure you've done before. It's where you sew it internally, like you sew the tissues together without doing like a baseball stitch on the outside is the best way to describe it. You stitch along to close it as close as possible to the surface. You stitch together the tissue. And then when you're done, you pull it nice and tight and you tie it off. It's so hard to do verbally here. You do your loops and you tie it And then after that, you run your needle under. So the thread goes under the suture. Then you trim that thread and you pull the suture so that you'll see it kind of straighten out, right? And that thread will disappear. Ta-da! It's my favorite one. Being a trade embommer, that's probably one of the most frequently used ones. So, all right. Moving on, because nobody cares about that. All right. Inversion. Tissues turned in an opposite direction or folded inward. So kind of what you would expect. Some of these words I think of, and I'm like, I know I tell you empty your brains, but I mean that in a mortuary sense. When it comes to words like inversion, you kind of know what that means, like just from your basic vocabulary, potentially. So some of these words, what I mean when I say empty your brain, I mean empty your brain from your experience at your funeral home. Except for those darn forms. You better remember those. Those will help you. But other stuff, you need to go by the book. But inversion, that's going to be just what you think it is. All right. Next is inverted triangle, which I'm sure you are able to imagine. This one's a little long, so bear with me. A three-sided figure whose base is superior to its apex. When used to describe a frontal view geometric head shape, a head which is wide at the forehead and narrow at the jaw. So it is a facial shape, okay? Jawline, the inferior border of the mandible. Easy peasy. I love easy peasy. Juxtaposition. I love that word. That and Jabberwocky. Like Jabberwocky and juxtaposition used to be my childhood favorites. Why you care? You don't. I don't know. It's just late. All right. So juxtaposition is any two hues. Two. Not 3, not 4, not 11, not umpteen. 2, okay? Any two hues seen together which modify each other in the direction of their complements. Labia. Now I'm not going to say anything, but I think you know what that is. I'm going to do the do. What's the Jeopardy song? Anyway, labia are lips. Huzzah! Okay. Labial sulci. The vertical furrows of each lip extending from within the mucous membranes into the I hate this word. Integumentary. There we go. Wow, I did it once. Integumentary. Lips. Sorry, guys. That word and we don't get along. And I've practiced. You don't even understand. I have said that before podcasting, like recordings, and I cannot. So anyway, that word. Lips. Acquired facial markings such as the furrows of aging. So here we go again. All right. Labial sulci falls under acquired facial markings. The vertical furrows of each lip extending from within the mucous membranes. Acquired facial aging. Example is that it's a furrow of aging. Here you go. I can't help you more than that, but that's important. My voice doesn't do it much. Like I said, I need to get once the surgery's over. 2 more weeks, guys. That's important. Hey, I did it! Oh my gosh. Okay. All right, I'm happy. All right. We are moving on to this is a fun one. Labiomental sulcus. That wasn't too bad. It just looked intimidating. Oh, I relate to that a lot with a lot of things. The junction of the lower. Not that word again. Gosh. Why? All right, we're going to just hook it on phonics this one. Integumentin. Pigmentary. Yes! Lips. I hope to God I don't get another one of those. And the superior border of the chin, which may appear as a furrow, which is a natural facial marking. Please don't laugh too hard at that. That is like one of those freaking words, guys, like every time. And I can't. I really can't. And David's tried to help me. Professor Kane's tried to help me. I can't. I don't know what's wrong with me. I just don't. Something's broken in my brain. So all I ask, if you're familiar with my podcast, laugh with me, not at me, because I already laugh at myself enough. This can be so embarrassing. That is, because I've had like 3 of those, and it's so hard. Anyway, all right. I want to point out that is a natural facial marking. Labiomental sulcus, the junction of the lower lip, like evil I word, lip, and the superior border of the chin, which may appear as a furrow. Now, I feel that if you see the term furrow, it is going to be a related to sign of aging. Because think about it, you furrow your eyes, right? You're not born a baby like furrowing your eyes or eyebrows at somebody like, you darn nurse. I mean, I've seen it, I guess. My little sister kind of had that going. She mean mugged everybody, but like different. It was like fatty tissue. I'm talking full on kind of furrow. So like whenever I sat for mine, whenever I saw furrow, I kind of immediately assumed, before even reading the rest, I always reread the question anyway, but I would immediately assume acquired, because you're not born with a furrow. You get me? To me, furrowing is something that happens as you age, like crow's feet. Squinting your eyes can cause that to get worse. You get my point? When you smoke, I think I've mentioned this before, smokers, they pucker their lips. They kind of like, I hate to use this comparison, but like furrowing their lip muscle, you know what I mean? You get my point. You get what I'm trying to say. I know it's not furrowing, but it's a thing. And you're not born with that. It's not Maybelline. It's an acquired facial marking. So therapy, all right? That I'm trying my hardest to, I gotta be careful, but acquired and natural are really important. Colors are really important. And God dang nabbit, those dang ears are so important. And the lighting. And the lighting. So, all right. We are going to move on to lacerate. All right. To cut or tear into irregular segments. Easy enough, right? Moving to laceration. An irregularly torn or jagged wound, ranging from superficial scratches to deep tears in the tissues. Lanolin. This is oil from sheep wool. Lanugo. I believe that's how you say it. It is Lanugo. Lanugo. I can't even think of how else to pronounce it. In parentheses, it says peach fuzz, which is pleasant. The downy hair of a fetus, children, or women. I'm going to have to Google that one because that's a new one to me. All right, lateral. A position or direction that is away from midline to the side. Now, as it is I shouldn't even have to tell you. You need to know pros, prone, lateral, medial, all of those. You need to know all of those. Okay, guys? Like, without me even telling you that, you should already know that. And if you don't, tell me your professors, and I personally will book a ticket, and you can watch me and film it. I don't care if it's on TikTok. They will get smacked with whatever type of fish you choose. Preferably not one with sharp scales, though, because I don't want to catch a charge. I don't think slapping fish is going to hurt people, but I know there's one with like some really spiky scales because I've encountered one of those, and they weren't very friendly. Anyway, so don't expect much at 2 a.m, guys. Like, this is what we get. You get kind of to laugh at what sounds like inebriated Megan, and in reality, this is Megan drinking half her Monster as quickly as possible and just doing her best. Leak, which very easy to remember. They want you to remember it as escape of blood or fluid. So leak in terms of their glossary, escape of blood or fluid. Fair? Easy? Cool. Length, a vertical dimension. Getting kind of deep there. Ooh. All right. Leptarine. That is a nasal index common to individuals of Western European descent having a long, narrow, and high bridge. Now, I'm sure you remember a lot of those from RA class, but if not, brush up on them. They're in your RA book. I don't know how deep, but I do intend to do a YouTube where I have like notes on YouTube's I'm going to do, and one will be facial profiles where we specifically outline, like almost like a caricature, the different types. So I wouldn't count on that though. Like, if you got your test in a week, I'm so sorry. This is like not happening until like, we're talking like November, guys. Like, I have surgery in 2 weeks. I have a feeling that I will be down for 2 weeks. I have to be at the hospital the first week. And then the second week I can possibly come home. I'm at Duke Medical. It's for my heart. That's about as far as I'm going to go. So depending on recovery, I don't want to be talking to you like this. I just don't want to do that. So, I also don't want to be on camera with these I know you get dark circles after that. I just don't want to do that. So bear with me and be patient. It's coming. I've just been unfortunately facing quite a battle, and there's more to it. If you know me, I've made so many friends from this podcast, and several of you, I know you know what I'm dealing with a certain person in my life. And on top of that, to have my own health just go, oh, we're going to just join the party. It's been interesting. So all I ask is your continued patience. You guys have been phenomenal, and you have no idea how much I appreciate that. And I say I love that. Like, I really do have a big heart, and I am extremely grateful for not only like your respect, your generosity, your appreciation. Like, nobody feels entitled. Like, I've heard of people saying in tutor programs, this person paid me this and they feel entitled. Well, yeah, they should be entitled to your time to answer a dang question. They paid you some of these people are charging like $600 to $1,000. Like, I myself would feel absolutely entitled. You better answer my darn question. So whatever. But I'm not there yet. I am becoming an educator. I am learning. And I really appreciate those of you who have come to me with some really interesting questions. And I've gone to the actual professors I know. Some of them, it's like, you don't need to know them. And then that's what I'll tell you. And that way you can kind of, because I can tell when you're overloading yourself based on the questions you ask me. I'm like, take a deep breath. That is not important. But no, I'm really grateful for like the people I've met here. And if for whatever reason something doesn't go well, just know that this has been like one of the best experiences of my life. I've done a lot of things, and this podcast has made me feel, I'm going to cry. It's made me feel appreciated, and it's made me feel like I've made a difference. And when I did a video, and when I said that, I saved the stuff that people send me and screenshot it. Somebody took it out of context and kind of made fun of that and said, oh, she said she saves people. Like, that's not what I said. I save what they send me because I'm not in a great place. And sometimes this can be really hard. And it truly, to just know that there are people out there listening, first off, that I'm not just speaking to a void, but that I'm helping people. That's all I ever wanted. So when I go in And when I go do my thing, I can lay there and know that I made my difference. That's all I ever wanted. And nothing I could do right. No matter what I did, it never came out right. So I did this right. And thank you guys for being a part of it, especially those of you who've been here from day one. Y'all know who you are. Thank you for my sponsorships. You guys are wonderful. I know they've changed since, because I assume you guys have passed your exams, so you don't need it anymore. And congratulations. I love that for you. You know for a fact, I am just grateful for anything y'all give me, because I pay for this to exist out of my pocket, but I don't expect it. So when I see a subscription end, it makes me actually kind of happy, because I think you passed. That's why I think you canceled. So I actually get very giddy. I'm like, oh girl, or girl or guy, they, them, whatever, whoever you are, congratulations. And it makes me happy. So anyway, I guess I just needed to talk about that. I apologize. I hope you don't mind. That really wasn't necessary, but I think I needed to. I feel better. Thank you. Like, if you're still listening to this part, just thank you. Honestly. I'm going to leave this in here. I won't cut it, just so that you can kind of understand a little bit about me and what I'm going through, so you don't get frustrated with me. Because that's my biggest fear, is I don't want to let anybody down. And I don't want anybody to think that I don't care anymore, or that I'm not into it anymore. And that's so far from the truth. Anyway, otherwise I wouldn't be doing this at what it is now 2 a.m. I wouldn't be doing this if I wasn't. This is my passion. So let's go ahead and get back to it, and I'm gonna start laughing again and making jokes and go back to being me. I needed to be the other me for you. I needed you to see like the reality, because I know I've alluded to it, and you should know about it. I'm a pretty open person. I pride myself in that. Like, for example, I've had calls from I don't know if I call them students, but people preparing for their MBE. We've talked at 3 a.m. just to talk them. Like, this one person really needed just someone to talk to. It was 3 a.m. and I was there. I was up anyway, so I'm not like saying they did not wake me up. I wake up at usually about midnight. But that's the kind of person I am. If you ever need someone like that, I'm here for that. Okay? But please don't ask me for an answer key, because I've had several, and I'm not doing it. I can't. I won't. There is none. There is no answer key. I mean that. Like, there is none. There is no magic. I used to hope for the same thing, I promise. I used to Google Quizlet and look for like Master MBE Quizlet. There is none. So please, I beg of you, the only thing I'm asking is please stop asking me for the dang answer key, because I cannot give you what I don't have. I can't. I'm sorry. And it's such an awkward conversation, because I'm like, no. And sometimes I'm usually pretty polite about it. I'm saying that for this, but I'll politely decline, say, I'm so sorry, but I do not have that. I could not give that to you, even if I did. I'll never tell. Well, that's great, but I don't know you, so I guess I'm taking you for your word, but also, like, I don't have it. Well, you're just saying that because, no, I really don't have it. None of us do. Do you think any of us, like any educator, has it? There's one lady who's taken the NBE like umpteen times proudly. She intentionally gets questions wrong and has a photographic memory and goes and immediately logs every single freaking question. That chick is, I do not know her name. I want her class just so I can see it. To me, that is incredible. If you have that memory, I want to know who that is just to see and experience it, because I cannot believe it. I think it's a gimmick. I don't see how you could do that. I just don't. So, anywho, unless you can find that magical person, if anybody knows who that is, let me know. I'm not trying to get them in trouble. I'm like legitimately freaking curious. So, all right, back to it now that I've wasted like 5 minutes, 6 minutes. All right, we left off on, all right, so we did nasal index common, blah, blah. All right, levator anguli oris. A muscle of facial expression which elevates the angle of the mouth. Levator labii superioris aliquae nasi. That sounds like a Harry Potter spell. A muscle of facial expression which elevates the upper lip and dilates the nostril opening. Also known as, it has like a little comma, the common elevator. I like that. And that's a better way to remember. That actually might, in my experience, they'll do stuff like that instead of having that extra long explanation, like which facial muscle, which facial muscle of expression elevates the upper lip, blah, blah, blah. They might actually say what's known as the common elevator on the face. Like that, they do that. So it's good to know both of those. All right. We are now on levator labii superioris, a muscle of facial expression which elevates and extends the upper lip. All right, another levator. A levator palpebrae superioris. I'm telling you, these sound like Harry Potter. I feel like I'm casting spells. Like, I'm waiting for something to levitate. A muscle of facial expression which raises the upper eyelid. Ligate. To tie or bind using a cord, wire, or thread. Not to be confused with the following. Ligature. Thread, cord, or wire used for tying vessels, tissues, or even bones. Light. To shine, a form of electromagnetic radiation that acts upon the retina of the eye to make sight possible. That's how they want you to know it, okay? Line of closure. You should absolutely, if you have been through mortuary school, I don't care if it's been 5 years or you're in it. I hope you know that. Line of closure. The line that forms between two structures. Hear me? Two. No more, no less. Two, like your lips, eyelids, okay? All right. Such as the lip, and that's actually the example, such as the lips or the eyelids when in a closed position, which marks their place of contact with one another. So what they're meaning is the natural way that they close. You don't want to make them look like they've got a scowl, or I've seen tight lips because an apprentice did not understand the line of closure was, it's hard to explain verbally, but like when you know if you've done it. It's like if you know, you know. On the lips, the line of closure, you can literally see it because like for like a white person, their lips will have, actually, I believe even on African Americans, I've seen it too. It'll be pinker on the inner part. That's the part that you want to keep on the inside. And very carefully rest the lips together so that that part doesn't show, in my experience. And then you get the full effect of their natural lip, especially after the embalming process. That's my trick. I look for that pink fleshy membrane, and the line of closure to me is where that ends. And I have yet to have that not work. So, not that it matters to your test, but kind of an interesting little tip for those of you who are either getting ready for an apprenticeship, you're an apprentice, you're in school, just something to have. I like to share, I don't know. Okay. All right. Linear sulci. So we are now going to eyelid furrows, which are short and broken, extending horizontally on the palpebrae themselves, and which may fan from both the medial and lateral corners of the eyes. Lip brush. A small, flat brush having soft hairs of uniform length. Lip wax. A soft, restorative wax, usually tinted, used to surface the mucous membranes or to correct lip separations. I believe it's usually tinted like a pinkish. It's like a very light. You won't see it. Like whether it's a male or female, it won't matter. It's not like you're putting lip gloss or lipstick. Trust me, it is like the perfect natural lip pink tint that we all have when we have healthy lips, okay? So, all right. Liquid cosmetic. A fluid colorant in which pigments are dissolved or suspended. Liquid sealer. A quick-drying fluid adhesive. Lobe. L-O-B-E. A part or projection, more or less rounded. For example, the inferior, I have a feeling that's a typo, the inferior part of the ear or the projection of the nose overlying the lower lateral cartilages. See, even the conference doesn't get everything right all the time. You know how many times I see these silly grammatical, whatever. Here's another stitch, guys. So pay attention. Loop stitch. A single noose-like suture, not pulled taut before knotting, which stands from the skin and which anchors restorative materials. So I'm going to repeat it because stitches are important. Loop stitch. A single noose-like suture that is not pulled taut before knotting, which stands from the skin and which anchors restorative materials. Got it? Cool. Magenta. Importante. Very important. A red, purple, or purplish red. For example, a product of red and blue illumination projected on the same area. You want to know anything stitch, anything color, anything. All right. You should know this one. Major restoration. Those requiring a long period of time, are extensive, require advanced technical skill, and here's the thing. These require express written consent to perform, okay? Minor restorations do not, major do. You need to know that, okay? That's important because I can freaking promise you they are likely going to ask you in some manner about that. Because you need, as a practicing embalmer, that's important. We're not going in there. All right. Makeup. The cosmetic material, the process of application of a cosmetic. Mandible. The horseshoe-shaped bone forming the inferior jaw. Mandibular fossa. The small oval depression on the zygomatic process of the temporal bone into which the condyle of the mandible articulates, just anterior to the external auditory meatus, forms the temporal mandibular joint, also known as TMJ. All right, mandibular prognathism, jaw protrusion of the inferior jaw. Mandibular sulcus, the furrow beneath the jawline which rises vertically on the cheek, an acquired facial marking. Mandibular sulcus. Telling you, make a chart, because there's a lot. All right, mandibular suture, a stitch used to Okay, it literally says a stitch used to That's not right. So, all right, let's make it right. Mandibular suture, a stitch used to hold the mouth closed. Placed behind the lips, one part is passed through around the inferior jaw at the median plane, while the other part extends through the nasal septum or the superior frenulum. That's what I get for making fun of them for mistyping something and then I read too fast in my head. Margins, the boundaries or edges. All right. Mascara, a cosmetic preparation that is used to darken the eyelashes. All right. Mask, anything that hides or conceals as cosmetics. So we're not talking like, I'm sure you've heard of death masks, or you've seen those weird looking masks that you put over victims where their faces cannot be saved and their families insist on an open casket. That's not what they're talking about. They're talking about masking with cosmetics, okay? Which is a little rude. I don't want someone looking at me with cosmetics on and going, girl, take your mask off. Like, that's rude. All right. Massage cream. This stuff is your saving grace. As an embalmer, you need to learn to love that massage cream. You will dry their skin out so darn bad. And okay, here's a trick that I was taught by my mentor, okay? And when I worked for a funeral home briefly, not for me, they actually mocked me for doing it, but I stand by doing it. I believe that it is a very good thing to practice. Not a lot. So we went over eye caps earlier in this episode. Eye caps are a little bit violent. They're a bit traumatic on that flesh. And I've seen cases, especially elderly, where it can tear that inner tissue. Now, you're embalming someone and that tissue can start to really wrinkle. It's not good. So what my mentor, God blessed him, he is still I have seen so many embalmers. I've met so many, and this man is still, to this day, it has been such an honor to have learned and worked he is an incredible person. I have learned so much from him, and I couldn't have asked for a better mentor. But his idea, and he's been doing it for decades. So it's not like this man just started doing it one day and said, meh, no. This is what he does every case for decades, all right? Never had a freaking problem. Why I got picked on for it, doing it at a funeral home, because they just hadn't seen it yet. They should have seen the outcome. Instead, they made me clean it off. They would have seen that we had an older decedent, and it would have fixed her wrinkles. Instead, I got to listen to, her eyelids are so wrinkled. I'm like, oops. Bygones. But it really does help. So massage cream my point here is massage cream has so many uses. And if you take I'm not talking slathering it, a small amount, because you still need the eye cap to anchor. And if you block those little thorns, it can't anchor into the eyelid and thus proves useless. So a very small amount, basically a thin coating is all you need. And as you're working, the eyelid, it's going to suck that up. I don't know why, it just does. And I've seen it. I've seen an eyelid go from looking wrinkly to a healthy eyelid by the time we're ready to start our arterial. It's crazy. Membranous parts of our body just seem to really want moisture. It makes sense. But also another one is lips. You really don't want a lot of creases on your lips when you do that. So apply a little massage cream, just plop that on there, rub it in a little. And also remember, you can wipe off the excess. People always get so nervous. Seriously, facial, like this massage cream stuff is the bomb, especially for facial stuff. All right. So keep that in mind. Just my little, I like to add some of my own stuff because I know not all of you practice and not all of you are at that point in your, even if you're apprentices, maybe you haven't started that, or you want to impress your boss. It's always fun. And trust me, embalmers love hearing like other takes. Like, hey, I heard this could work. Can we try it? It will literally not hurt anyone to try that. So I like giving my own, just add a little flavor to it. So, okay. Massage cream is a soft, white, oily preparation used as a protective coating for external tissues, a base cream for cosmetics, and a wax softener, an emollient. Masseter, muscles of mastication which close the mandible. Mastoid process, the rounded projection on the inferior portion of the temporal bones just posterior to the lobe of the ear. I'm telling you, they love their ear. Matte, as in like a matte finish, M-A-T-T-E, having a dull finish created by the application of loose powder, lack of sheen. So just picture one of those matte cars. That'll do it for you. Maxilla, a paired bone with several processes or processes, depending on how you want to say it, that form the skeletal base of most of the superior face, roof of the mouth, sides of the nasal cavity, and floor of the orbit. Maxillary prognathism, superior jaw protrudes. Medial, nearer to the midline, opposite of lateral direction. Medial lobe, tiny prominence on the midline of the superior mucous membrane. Median plane, situated or placed in the middle of the body, dividing it into the right and left halves. Now, we've gone over that in my episode for like that, so you should be a pro. If not, you better be, because I want you to have easy questions, because there will be some that the conference got wrong. You don't want to have yourself undone because that one question that makes or breaks you was a conference F-up. And they do. I'm gonna do an episode on taking the exam and what to expect. That is probably going to be my next episode. I just need to be far more awake and a little less spicy. But make sure you know enough that you're not going to be broken by that one. You get me? You want to make sure that you can miss, like I said, I think the magic number is 20. You can find it. Math it out. I don't remember. My point is, you don't need to get them all right, but you want to get as many as you possibly can, the ones you know. So be prepared. That's all I'm saying. And that's also why I'm trying to tell you important versus meh, maybe. So, all right. We're going to move on to melanin. I think we all know this one. The brown to black brown pigment in the epidermis and in the hair. Mental eminence, a triangular projection on the inferior portion of the anterior mandible. Mentalis, the muscle which elevates and protrudes the inferior lip, wrinkles the skin over the chin. Mesarine, a nasal classification which is medium broad and medium low bridged, common to individuals of Asian descent. All right, here's the other restoration we were talking about. Minor restoration, those that require a minimum effort, skill, or time to complete. Notice how it mentions nothing about needing consent or approval. Nada. All right, so please remember that. That is the I'm telling you, I can't tell you. It's really important. Major requires authorization. Minor does not. Got it? I can't, guys, I have to be really careful. I'm in water. I'm in hot water as it is. But they are definitely gonna want to make sure you know that one. Sorry, I had to tickle. Okay, I think it's good now. Anyway, mixture. A composition of two or more substances that are not chemically bound to one another. Got me? Modeling. Not what you see on Instagram where they try to pretend they're no. Okay? No. Not everybody's a freaking model. That needs to stop. All right. So, modeling. Constructing a form with a pliable material such as wax or clay. So kind of like when you're in school and you're doing your armature, that was modeling by their definition. You were modeling your armature. All right. Monochromatic. Here's another color, guys. Got to remember it. Variations of one. No más. One. And that matters. Monochromatic. One. Can't make that clearer. Variations of one hue, tints, tones, and shades of one hue. And I can make this super freaking easy right now. Monochromatic. Take that word apart. What's the first part of that word? Mono. What does mono mean? One. Okay? Okay. All right. God, I hope I'm right. I'm like 99.8999999% right that mono is one. Anyway. Yeah, because like mono y mono. Me and, yeah. All right. See here. I hate, right now I'm filming this in my car because my husband fell asleep on the couch, which means that if I'm in my office, he will hear everything. It tunnels. It'll wake him up. So I'm sitting out here in our garage in my car, which I love. It's fine. But I'm just like trying so hard because usually I have my thing on my desk and it's so quick and easy to read. And this is not at all. Hence the pauses while I'm trying to find where I left off. I'm sorry. Because I can't have like one hand free to just keep track. So, all right. Model. M-O-T-T-L-E. To diversify with spots or blotches of a different color or shade. Mouth former. A device used in the mouth for shaping the contour of the lips. Now, these are great when you'll learn. Like, it's one of those you'll see when you need one. I've used one once, actually. Their family did not provide dentures. I don't believe they had dentures. The family was devastated. I mean, I've never seen somebody so heartbroken that they couldn't find. I think she did. They just couldn't find. They could not find where the person had kept them. They had home hospice, and here I am waiting to take the body, and you have to be respectful. You are there for them. You do not rush them. You let them take their time. You let them say goodbye. Your job is to just wait until they are ready to let you remove the body. And I actually offered to help her because her granddaughter was in absolute shambles and on the floor, hands and knees, sobbing. I said, "Can I help you find, what are you looking for? Apparently I wasn't supposed to. Apparently I was supposed to just stand there and watch this woman suffer, but I stand by what I did. I feel good about what I did. She looked up at me with these eyes, and she was like, my grandma, she had this necklace. It had a silver cross on it, on a silver chain. She wore it every day of her life. And the nurse that came this morning took it off, and she wouldn't, because this lady had been struggling with something that made her rather combative. So the nurse had set it down somewhere, I don't remember, and said, I'm not putting that on her because she's just going to rip it off. You don't want to damage it, which was the right thing to do. And this girl was so distraught. And it was right in front of me. I said, is this it? She just hugs me, like, was not expecting that, almost toppled over. And sure enough, right behind me, like where my hand landed to catch myself, was what was left of her dentures, but unfortunately they broke. So anyway, they could have sworn that they had another set, but I said, listen, please, listen, we can make it work. If you can't find it, don't worry, it's okay. They didn't want to do anything wrong by grandma. Like, this is one of those families. So anyway, that was the only time I've ever, and I've been doing this for a minute, I have never, ever had to use a mouth former. Even when I've had multiple buck teeth, never had to do it. I did do it when I was doing the classes with Gupton a couple of times, because they want you to. It's part of their thing. For me, I just need a needle injector, and I add some cotton to fill it out, and I'm good to go. I feel I have far more control with cotton. But no, the mouth former, please remember, not all mouths are shaped the darn same inside. Okay? Just like the outside. Somebody might have a small mouth versus a big. I'm not going to comment on me having a small looking one and a big one when it talks. But it's important to remember that they are meant to be cut. So when you look at a mouth former, the plastic is actually thin enough to be snipped. You are meant to cut that bad boy down. If you slap a full-on adult mouth former into a small woman, for example, you're going to see it. It looks bad. Remember to trim it. And my best advice is to put it in first, see what it looks like, because you're not going to know how much you need to trim. Then go back, trim it down. You can always trim more. And then if you trim a little bit, if you want to get like a more natural look, add a little bit of cotton. Fluff it up first, put a little cotton. You're good to go. Because you don't want their lips to be like flat either, because that's not what they look like. So, sorry, my voice, oh my gosh, and I can't have tea. 2 more weeks, Megan. We got this. Sorry, I'm so sorry. Okay. All right. So we are at mucous membranes, the visible red surfaces of the lips, the lining membrane of body cavities which communicate with the exterior. Musculature suture. Now we need to remember this again because it's a suture. A stitch used to hold the mouth closed. Placed behind the lips, part is passed through the muscles tangent to the inferior jaw, in parentheses, while the other part extends through either the nasal septum of the superior frenulum. I'm not going to do much more of these because I can hear my voice is croaking. Just let me finish this page, okay? I've got only a couple left, okay? And then I'll pick this up when I'll do it tomorrow or when my voice recovers, okay? All right. Mute. M-U-T-E. To reduce the intensity of a color by the addition of another color. Mutilated. Disfigured by a loss of natural part by force. nasal bones, directly inferior to the glabella and forming a dome over the superior portion of the nasal cavity. All right, nasal cavity, the orifice in the bony face bounded by the margins of the nasal bones and the maxilla. Trying to say it louder so you can't hear my croak. All right. Nasal spine of the maxilla, the sharp bony projection located medially, at the inferior margin of the nasal cavity. It is a, nope. All right, moving on to the next one. I got ahead of myself. Nasal sulcus, the angular area between the posterior margin of the wing of the nose and the nasolabial fold. It is a natural facial marking. All right? The nasolabial fold is a natural facial marking. All right. Nasolabial sulcus, the furrow lying medial and adjacent to the nasolabial fold, an acquired facial marking. All right, nasolabial sulcus, acquired facial marking. We got that? I know you do. I know you got this. You're smart. All right. Almost done, guys, with this part anyway. We're only on the ends. All right. Naso-orbital fossa, the concavity superior and medial to the inner corner of the eye. Natural facial markings, which we've been talking about this whole episode so far, guys. All right, those that are present at birth, comma, hereditary. So just like I did not lead you astray. Telling y'all, trust me, okay? I know what I'm talking about. All right, and if I don't say it. Okay. Natural shadows. Areas of color in the tissues normally darker than the adjacent areas. Needle injector. Oh, God. If you haven't used one yet, bless your heart. It's going to shake you. I swear that's like the troker and the needle injector for me personally, when I began my apprenticeship, those were the things that shooketh me. I was like, wait, what? They're so violent. So anyway, all right. Needle injector, an instrument used to impel specially designed metal pins, in parentheses says, with wire attached to each of the pin, end parentheses, into bone. Now, that's a crappy definition. The needle injector takes these wire pins. At the end of each pin, the wire is probably the length of your middle finger, maybe a little longer, depending on how long your finger is. It's a thin wire. You're able to cut it with a pair of scissors. At the end of it, it's wrapped around this pointed metal pin, right? It's very small. I mean, I'm trying to think of what I can compare it to, but it's super duper tiny. What you do is you put that pin, there's a little slot in the bottom of the needle injector. You place the pin part in so that the sharp part faces outwards. And then the wire, there's different models of these suckers. And also, when they break, there's like this little clip that can break off really easily. It is still totally functional. Why pay all that money for another one when it's something that commonly breaks and you don't need it? So, you put the pin in. That's the important part. And I typically hold onto the wire with my finger. There are 2 holes for your fingers, like your forefinger and middle finger, to fit into. You put those in, and then your thumb goes on top and presses down. I typically follow the 3-time rule. I go click, 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 click. And then afterwards, I take the wire itself and give it I'm not talking like a massive yank, because like you don't want to rip it out, but tug on it, because you need to make sure you're going to be able to close the mouth. Now, the other thing I failed to mention is where you're positioning it. You are to position depending on upper or bottom. If you're working on the mandible or maxilla, right? If you're working on the bottom, you're going right below the teeth, because you will fracture teeth if you're not careful. You're going in the gums below the teeth, upper and bottom. You're going towards the middle. Unfortunately, you will encounter some cases where the gums are rotted, and it's a pain, but it will work. Just take some finagling. But you click that sucker in there. You aim it. So when you're doing the maxilla, you aim up. The maxilla is the upper, right? Guys, it is now 2:30 in the morning, so please forgive me. I believe, yeah, because the mandible's the jaw. So when you're doing the maxilla, you go for the 2 front teeth, okay? You go above where you see white and that hump in the gum, and there's like that little, the little flap there. Pick which side, doesn't matter. You go right next to that sucker and you aim up. Not by like a lot. I'm not telling you aim up like super up, but like you are aiming in to the flesh. The whole point is to anchor into the gum. You are pointing into the gum, but slightly upward, if that makes sense. Then I have one in my office, so maybe one day at YouTube I want to do an instrument class, and I want to show you guys the instruments. So I would happily show you how a needle injector would work. So then when you do the mandible, you are going to be doing the same thing, but the bottom teeth are a little bit more tricky. They're a little longer underneath. You're going to shatter teeth. The whole goal is to not shatter the top, like as you see them. You will hear teeth inside the gum shatter. It is a very violent utensil. It freaked me out. So when you do the maxilla, pull the bottom lip down and go to, again, where you believe the midline is. You go past where you see the white of the teeth, then there's that like little lump or ridge. You go down further, and you're going to put that needle injector pin straight into the gum, but also aim slightly downwards. And I know it's hard to communicate, but that's how you do it. And you go 1, 2, 3. And I mean, it's violent. I mean, it's an air pressurized kush, kush, kush. Not a friendly thing. Then after, you again check to make sure that's anchored. Once both are anchored, you rest the mouth together. You might need to rock that bottom jaw to ensure that the mouth lines up the way it should. But it will. Rigor might still be there, but if you rock the jaw slowly, you'll get that out of there. The other part, after doing that, my least favorite part, you have to hold the mouth, the jaw to get like the bottom, like you have to manage to hold that bottom part in place while you twist those wires together as tight as possible. Because if you don't, it will fall back open. So if you have an extra pair of hands, bless your heart, you are lucky. Usually you don't. I have also seen somebody use pliers to tighten them, which was really interesting. I have started doing that because I have arthritis, and it works beautifully. Not pliers, that's wrong. The tweezers that we have in the prep room, just basic tweezers. They have great grip, work wonderfully. I have found that if you use like your arm, kind of like your upper arm to elbow, lean up against that bottom, like their jaw, under their jaw, and then twist. You just need to get the first 1 or 2 twists, and then it's there. So find what works for you, but the needle injector and pins are like my arch nemesis. Some people love it. Like my girlfriend said that's her favorite part. She has no problem with it. And I was like, well, whatever. Love that for you, but also jealous. But so anyway, all right. So let's finish this page, okay? The last one is a neoplasm, a new and abnormal formation of tissue as a tumor or growth. Nevus. That is a birthmark. You need to, and I will still do the need to know, okay? That I won't let you down with. A nevus is a birthmark, a congenital skin blemish, any congenital anomaly, including various types of birthmarks and all types of moles. Important. Not to scare the crap out of you in your car. They like to word this one. What is the proper terminology for a birthmark, congenital skin blemish, congenital anomaly, including various types of birthmarks and all types of and moles. They love that. Love nevus. So do not fall for that. It's a freaking nevus. Know what a nevus is, because darn them, they love that freaking word, and they love to like I said, some words I can't pronounce right, but I freaking know what they mean. Nevus, that be one of them. So I sat there and I went, yeah? You really thought you got me there, huh? And it came down to like 2 questions, and I was like, is a birthmark one? And I see, oh shit, Tucky mushrooms. I'm gonna, hypothetically speaking, I don't actually remember. I took this a long time ago. But like, for example, was a birthmark one? Or what? And I just like, was it? Do I know it? And don't question yourself. Believe in yourself, because, dude, you know it. You know it. I know it. I know you know it. It's a piece of cake. Hypothetical question. Don't at me, I swear. All right. Norm. The most common characteristics of each feature. Typical, common, average. Easy. You got this. Oblique. Slanting or inclined, neither perpendicular nor horizontal. Oblique. Palpable. Palpable. Palpebral. There we go. Sulcus. The shallow, curving groove below the medial corner of the eyelids. A natural facial marking. I'm telling you, it will take you an hour, okay? Seriously. You can go up and like Quizlet natural and like or acquired facial markings, and they're going to give them to you. It'll take you a freaking hour to write that crap down. Do it. I swear. That is like one of their most favorite things to do, and you want to know them, because the key is, I told you I was going to talk a lot, but like, it's important. Like, I'm trying to hurry. I swear you can lose, I think it's 20 questions. Don't count me on that. You can lose X amount of questions and pass with a 75. You don't freaking want a 98. You are not going to be that freaking unicorn walking out of there with a 100. Because guess what? You won't even freaking know. Nobody's going to even tell you you got that 100 freaking score. That you're the freaking unicorn. No. They're going to tell you got a 74 though. They're going to tell you that proudly with a smile on their face and hand you that paper and go, sorry. No. You want a 75, because it literally, saying this on purpose, I swear, literally doesn't matter what you get as long as you pass. Do you understand me? I'm making that very clear. Stop obsessing over every detail because you don't need to. If something isn't your jam, it's not your jam. Focus on what is, because that'll freaking pass you. You get me? Like, trying to get not too passionate because, again, I've had half a cup of coffee. I don't know where this is coming from, but maybe I'm just feeling better today, and I've been feeling really bad for a week, so maybe that's why. But I'm going to do an episode on how to pass, and I've had people reaching out for that, and I'm going to do that. So I also like to add that to my discussions because they fit. Y'all get so nervous because, and I know why. I'm not saying nothing about myself because like I did the same freaking thing. Like, you've heard my podcast with David where I'm like, before I introduced him, I said, I will never let someone feel alone again. Never again. Done with the gatekeeping. So I'm not saying that like nose up in the air. No, that's not my point. I'm just saying that I've had enough questions that I'm going to make an episode to make it easier. So, but if I see something like that, I'm absolutely going to be like, boom, here you go. Especially RA, because it's so much, and so is anatomy. But anatomy doesn't really matter very much. As long as you can put a skeleton together, you're okay, I think. Kinda. And where the organs go. I'm trying to remember. I'm pretty sure you're pretty good with it. Well, whatever, it doesn't matter. Anyway, let's go back. All right. Oblong. And that's exactly what you think it is if you speak the English language first. If not, I apologize. Oblong. A frontal, we're going to use this as a head shape, okay? So oblong head. That was oddly worded. A frontal head, trying to make it easier, I'm not. A frontal head form in which the head is long and narrow throughout. Oblong. Okay? Oblong's kind of like oval, but not. Just trying to help. Okay, I love this word. Occipital bone. I could say that all day long. Occipital. All right. Occipital bone. Lowest part of the back and base of the cranium. Megan, forming a cradle for the brain. The occipital bone, what you need to remember, and I'm telling you this, like, you can't see my little quote marks. Hypothetically speaking, you need to remember this specifically. Occipital bone, lowest part of the back and base of cranium, forms the cradle for the brain, which is basically the whole sentence. You need to remember that. Okay? Got me? Picking up what I'm putting down, hypothetically? Cool. All right. Occipital protuberance. It's so early, I'm sorry. The prominence at the center of the external surface of the occipital bone. Don't worry about it. Okay? You will remember, if you can remember occipital bone, the answer will jump off the page at you. Still know it. You're hearing it. It's in your brain now. Okay? You get my point? You're not like starting from scratch. You know what the heck it is. It's just not super duper important. All right. Occipitofrontalis. See epicranius. All right. Epicranius. Also occipitofrontalis. Which I swear, every time I hear these words, it sounds like a Harry Potter spell. The muscle that draws the scalp posteriorly and inferiorly and raises the eyebrows. Now, without giving any, I don't want to get myself in trouble information, I need to tell you that's super important that you know both of those, okay? I need you to promise me that you will understand both of those words and the muscle that they control. The NBE science, it's heavily RA, and it's heavily embalming, okay? But under RA, we're going over an RA glossary, and here, how many times have we read about muscles, right? Think about it, okay? I can't say much more, but think about that. I just want you to logically, use your noodle. So just make sure, and I'm going to do an episode, like I keep saying, and we're going to go over things, and I think you'll feel a lot better, and that will definitely help that panic mode. I'm going to start just copy paste. I like to say copy pasta because I'm old. I'm going to start copy pasting that to every post I see in an MBE group with someone going through that absolute freak out phase. Like, oh my God, my exam is in the morning. I'm going to do that. That's my goal. So anyway, all right. So we left off on, that was, okay. So oil-based cosmetics, a coloring medium in which the pigments are combined with petroleum product. So petroleum, that's important. Okay? When it comes to cosmetics, I can promise you they're going to ask you questions about cosmetics, so make sure you know your stuff about certain cosmetics, okay? I can't tell, it's so random, and you all know that. It is so freaking random. I can't even tell you, oh, you're going to need to know more about, no, I can't help you there. All I can do is give you the info. All right, now olive. I want to make it clear. They are not speaking of the food or even the color. They don't say it, but they're talking about the racial color, like olive-skinned people, okay? A yellow/tan of medium value with a greenish tinge. Now, I cannot see that being anything else other than a skin tone, because I have a girlfriend, one of the most beautiful women I have ever freaking met in my life. Oh, yay, oh my gosh, she just coming. I just realized, like, she always comes for around Thanksgiving. I get to see, oh my God, I'm so excited. Her name, anyway, it doesn't matter. She is one of the most beautiful women, and her skin color is unlike anything you'll see. It is not, you look at her and she looks exotic. She's from Southern Italy. She has this beautiful dark hair and her eyes are stunning. I think her father was European, so she has like the gift of the gods with her like beautiful, like bluish gray eyes. I'm like, you are unfair and your genetics are a cheat and I kind of hate you, but I love you. Which she knows that she gets the joke. I hope you do too. I'm just like, I turn into a petty person when I'm jealous. But anyway, to quote a movie you probably haven't seen yet. But anyway, that's why I assume they're referring to a skin color, because this is restorative arts and it's a weird way of putting it. So olive is considered a skin tone. It's a Mediterranean skin tone found mostly in Italians. And I think some Spaniards, I don't know for sure. Feel free to message me and correct me if there's other cultures. I will happily add them to it. I do intend to go and do a deep dive in more things. I'm just doing the basics because y'all need your glossary. So please do not think I am brushing through this stuff. Only doing it because you need your freaking glossary and you've waited long enough. There's reasons that happened. I can't control them, but I can do it now. And I don't care the consequences. Y'all are getting them. You deserve them. You've been patient and it will help you and it's not fair. All right. Opacity. You need to know this. Same with opaque. Oh, no, my voice. Oh, shouldn't. Okay. Opacity. The state of being opaque. Opacity. The state of being opaque. Described it just like that. Don't know it any other way. Okay? Opaque. Not transparent or translucent. Not allowing light to pass through a concealing cosmetic. Okay, I'm going to repeat it because it's freaking important. Can almost hypothetically promise it. Opaque. Not transparent or translucent. Not allowing light to pass through a concealing cosmetic. Optic facial sulci. It says see crow's feet. Crow's feet, or optical facial sulcus. These are the furrows radiating from the lateral corner of the eye and are, guess what, acquired facial features. Markings. Remember I told you, it's really, I wasn't kidding when I was like trying to like get that in your head that it's like super duper important. Oral cavity. I know you know this one. Like, this is just a no-brainer, right? The mouth. And if this is a hard one, you're studying too hard, guys. You gotta empty that noodle out. The mouth. The orifice containing the teeth and tongue. Orange. Now, I can't say that's a skin color, although I guess a certain individual has proven me wrong, but that would be wrong to say. And no, I'm not meaning any political affiliation in this show. I'm just making a joke. All right. The hue obtained from the mixture of red and yellow, a secondary color of pigments. So again, it's important to remember what color, like, you're going to feel like you're revisiting elementary school art class. I've said that before. It really does feel that way. But the good thing is, once you I know for me, I loved it. And when I revisited it, I was like, oh my God, I know this. And I felt so smart. And here I am. My husband's watching me do a freaking color wheel. And he's like, are you really? And I went, yes. And he's like, okay. And I went, no, but get it. I did this. I didn't even have to read it. He goes, okay. It was his reaction that kind of brought me back to reality of like how I was like, aw. He's like, well, I'm proud of you. That's all that matters. I thank you, babe. All right. So, all right. Here's a good one for your vocabulary. Oh, I don't know if my mouth can do this today. Blah, 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 blah. All right. I'm ready. All right. Orbicularis oculi. Actually, it wasn't as bad as I thought. It looked more intimidating than it was. The muscle that closes the eyelids compresses the lacrimal sacs. I need you to know that. I need to also have you know this one. Orbicularis oris. Oris is the mouth. Oculi, eyes, right? So orbicularis is the muscle. And the secondary part is the body part, all right? So you've got the oris. This is the muscle that closes and puckers the lips. You need to know that one. Orbital cavity. It says see eye socket. Do I really need to do that for you? Do you need that? Can we just leave it at eye socket? Can we call that even? Can you love me enough? Because it's the eye socket. Your orbital cavity is behind your eye, and it's your eye socket. All right. Thank you. I'm glad. I knew you'd understand because you're my bestie, and we have that relationship. And I knew you'd take pity upon my pathetic soul. All right. Moving on to orbital pouch. Now, these are the bags under the eyes. Ugh. Especially after 30. Oof. Dang it. The fullness between the inferior palpebrae and the oblique palpebral sulcus. Orifice. And I have to say it that way because somebody said you have to announce the I. I hate it so much. Because I used to say orifice. Orifice. Sounds the same to me. Whatever. The entrance or outlet of any body cavity. It is an opening. I would remember it that way, okay? Because orifice, to me, I always just think it's an opening. I think, which one? And if they ask you hypothetically a question regarding orifices, they're gonna want to make sure you know what you're talking about. And I could imagine them putting a word in there, like which of the following is an orifice? A mouth, anus, it's or a toe, something like that. So I could imagine them doing that. Just it's an opening in your body, okay, for exiting and entering. All right. Where were we? All right. Origin. The attachment of a muscle which moves least when the muscle contracts. The beginning. That's deep. Hi, Rory. Good morning. Are you going to be a good kitty? Okay. Okay. Yeah? Okay. I'm sure they appreciate you. Yeah. Who wouldn't? I know. Okay. Really? He did what? He said what? Wow. That's not fair. That's not cool. I have no idea what he's saying, but he gets offended if you don't reply. All right, now that I've got Rory Borealis to shush and Sawen, Samhain, Sam, whatever you want to call him, I respect all. He is nice and curled up, so everybody's calm. Everything's okay. I've got most of my coffee left. I think we can make it through this. So we've got this. You've got this? You doing all right? We good? All right. This is like one of the longest I've ever done, and my ADD is having a hard freaking time. So bless all of you for paying attention, and I'm proud of myself too. So we should just all pat ourselves on the back for this one. All right, so we were on origin before Rory Borealis rudely interrupted. Much needed though. And we are moving down to ornamental. An adornment or embellishment, a cosmetic material manufactured for streetwear. The technique of cosmetic application to beauty or to beautify the face. I am going to guess that's not what you thought it was, huh? Right? I've told you this, forget what you know. When you're taking this exam, when you are studying, you need to become an empty vessel for what they teach you. So I'm going to read this again because I know that just like me, you have a different idea of ornamental, okay? So ornamental, an adornment or embellishment, a cosmetic material manufactured for streetwear. The technique of cosmetic application to beautify the face. All right? Oval, a frontal head form in which the head is generally egg-shaped. That's kind of rude. With the cranium slightly wider than the jaw. Most common geometric head form. So if you get asked what's the most common geometric head form, oval. Just that way. Like I said, I'm doing an episode on taking the exam, but since we're doing this, that's a great example. Like they'll ask you that. What's the most common geometric head form? Oval. You get me? That was a great opportunity. In fact, I am going to remember that for later. All right. Overtone. A coloring modified by an overlying color. A color which visibly predominates more than general coloring. A wash. All right. Palatine bone. Not like emperor, but palatine bone. One of the God, I don't know. I'm so old, I don't know if most people even know my references. Like, I just sound like a dork. It's okay, though. One of the bones forming the posterior part of the head of the hard palate and lateral nasal wall between the interior, wow, I cannot say that, pterygoid, P-T-E-R-Y-G-O-I-D, pterygoid. Because you don't say the P, just like pterodactyl. Pterygoid. Yeah, I think that's it. Okay. Plate of the sphenoid bone and the maxilla. I'm going to repeat that because I got kind of confused. So the palatine bone, one of the bones forming the posterior part of the hard palate and lateral nasal wall between the interior pterygoid plate of the sphenoid bone and of the maxilla. Much better. Palabrae. This is important because they don't like to reference them as eyelashes or eyelash. So you need to know the technical term. They might. I can't promise. I honestly can't say they won't. But from my experience, they like to use the scientific terminology. So you need to know what the palabrae or palabra is. All right, so palabrae, see eyelids, singular, palabra. All right, so eyelashes, eyelids, you need to know all that stuff. All right, parietal bones. The number two bones that form the roof and part of the sides of the skull. Only 2, okay? Don't let them say 4. Don't let them say 3, because what they're going to do is they're going to ask you how many bones make up. They might not even reference they might not even say what type of bone. They just might say how many bones form the roof and part of the sides of the skull. Okay? You don't know. You need to know your stuff. All right. Parietal eminence, the rounded peak of the external convexity of the parietal bones, determines the widest part of the cranium. That right there. Again, I'm going to scare the crap out of those drivers. That right there is absolutely something you need to know. Like, my YouTube channel, I'm going to have a freaking red flag. Somebody needs to get me a red flag to wave, because I'm going to have things where I'm going to go, that one. My voice. Oh my gosh. That one. All right. But that's important. All right. We got one. So I'm going to repeat it, okay? Because I just got really excited. The parietal, Parietal, eminence is the rounded peak of the external convexity, blah, 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 of the parietal bones, blah, 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 blah. Doesn't matter. All right, here's the thing. It determines the widest part of the cranium. Okay? Not only great trivia, but that is absolutely something you should know. Because out of those 4,000 questions, bet there's a version of it over and over again, okay? All right. Am I supposed to say that? I didn't say anything wrong. All right, we're good. All right. Paste. A soft, oh, I hate this word, moist, opaque cosmetic with the consistency of dough and bound together with the aid of gum, starch, and water. If oils and fats are present, water is then absent. Patch of hair. A group of hairs of uniform length applied simultaneously as a method of hair replacement. Pathological condition. Diseased. Due to disease. I have one of those. I'm a systemic lupus girly. Yay! Huzzah! Penetrating wounds. As a trade-in bomber? Heck yeah. Wounds that cause a puncture of the skin, a cavity, or an organ. Perpendicular plate of the ethmoid bone. Superior portion of the bony nasal septum. Petroleum jelly. A semi-solid mixture of hydrocarbons obtained from petroleum. Phenol. An antiseptic or disinfectant employed to dry moist tissues and to bleach any discolored tissues. Philtrum. Sorry, there is no H. I always say it that way. Philtrum. The vertical groove located medially on the superior lip. A natural facial marking. Okay? So, vertical groove located medially on the superior lip. A natural facial marking. You know exactly what it is. It's that thing, that little impression underneath your nose, between your nose and your lip. That little thing right there. Yeah, there you go. Okay. Pigment. No, sorry, I skipped one. Physiognomy. The study of the structures and surface markings of the face and features. We got pigment. A coloring matter which can be applied to an object when combined with some type of vehicle. Pigment powder. A powder, in parentheses, usually composed of dry, pulverized pigments and talcum, end parenthesis, employed as a cosmetic material. Pigment theory. The Prang, capital P-R-A-N-G, so a name, the Prang system, the basis for mortuary cosmetology. Might be interesting to go do a deep dive on that if you're interested in mortuary cosmetics, by the way, because that is a fascinating one. I did that a long time ago when I was still in school and wrote a paper on it, and I thought it was pretty awesome. So again, the name is Prang, capital Prang. All right. And make sure that you add in funeral services, because Google doesn't like to give you the true, like they'll give you anything else. Make sure when you look up anything that I've mentioned, you put the word you're looking for, and then you add funeral service after, okay? My Google foo is strong. I'm happy to help. All right. Pinna, Pinna, the exterior ear. Planes. Surfaces having very little curvature. Moving on to another very, very important thing to not just know for the NBE, but for practicing embalming in real life. It's called plaster of Paris, as in the city. This is made of calcium sulfate. It is a white, powdery substance which forms a quick setting paste when mixed with water. I will promise you, you need to know that. All right. This one I'm going to struggle with. Don't judge me. I'll spell it first, okay? You'll get it once I spell it, because, woo. Plattyrrhine. Plattering is how I'm going to assume it's said. If you see it, I know you'll know what I'm referring to. This is a nasal classification which is short and broad and has the minimum of projection, common to individuals of African descent. So if you've done RA already and you've done your armature, you might have already learned that, but if not, there you go. Also important to know for your MBE, you want to know your facial structures in terminology like that. They're going to ask certain words such as projection, short, broad, stuff about nasal. You need to know the noses, eyes, jawline, stuff like that. So important to pay attention to those words when given in a glossary especially. All right, that was actually a very good example of what they're going to be looking for. So next up, platysma. Yeah, I got it right. Okay. Thin layer of muscle covering anterior aspect of the neck. Now we're going to move on to another one, platysmal sulci, the transverse dipping furrow of the neck. This is an acquired facial marking. Pledget, a small ball, cylinder, or tuft, often made of cotton. Plug, any device as cotton, cloth, wood, etc. that is used to fill or close an opening. Point of entry. For hypodermic injection, a place, in parentheses, usually invisible, end parentheses, at which access to inner positions may be had. So kind of like when you're making your entry point for an arterial embalming, they want you to do it not where a woman's dress will show or certain shirts will show. So I guess that's a good example. All right, pores. Minute depressions in the surface of the skin, as in the openings of the sweat glands. Post-embalming. Treatments of a restorative nature performed after the embalming operation. Posterior. This is the position of direction toward the back. I think we went over that in my episode about that, but doesn't hurt to go over it again. Post-mortem. After death. Powder. Any solid substance in the state of fine, loose particles as produced by crushing or grinding. Powder atomizer. This is a device used to blow powder onto a surface. Powder brush. A device containing hairs or bristles set into a handle used to apply and or remove excess powder. Powder puff. A soft circular pad for applying powder. Pre-embalming. Treatments of a restorative nature performed before the embalming operation takes place. Primary hue. So here we go again with the color wheel, guys. Or color theory. It's, you know what I mean. One of 3 pigmentary hues. Got 3. All right. The 3 being red, yellow, and blue. Those are your 3 pigmentary hues. Do not forget that. So, all right, primary hue. One of the 3 pigmentary hues, red, yellow, and blue, which can be combined to make all other hues. In light color theory, the hues red, blue, and green can be combined to make all other colors. Extremely freaking important to remember that. I know it feels like we're in art class together when I talk about this stuff, but I'm so serious. You'll sit and you'll know, and you'll go, oh my God, she wasn't kidding. All right. See here. All right. Procerus, I believe is how it's said. Procerus. Another word I've read many a times. I know it. I've never actually had to say it. All right. The muscle that draws the skin of the forehead inferiorly. All right. Professional portrait. A photograph or a painting. Doesn't have to be just a picture, like a photo, in which the subject has been posed and lighted flatteringly by a professional photographer or an artist. Profile. This is the side view of the human head. Prognathism. Now we've gone over a few of those, but this is just this one word by itself's definition. All right, so prognathism. Projection of the jaw, parenthesis S, so jaw or jaws, beyond the projection of the forehead. All right? Projection, the act of throwing forward. At least they kept that one the same as a dictionary definition. Comma, a part extending beyond the level of its surroundings. Prosthetic device, an artificial device that was used to replace a limb, appendage, or other body part. Proportions, the relationships of the size of one feature as compared with another feature or with the width or length of the face. I'm telling you, use your hand. Do not feel ashamed in that room. Nobody except for the proctor is watching you on that camera. And if you follow that eye rule that you learned in school and measure with your finger, you're going to do just fine. That's what I did. And I know I got those right. So do not feel like you are allowed to do that. What you're not allowed to do is signal things to people, which you clearly are not. So if you sit there and you hold your finger up to your eyeball and then your lip, etc., you're going to be just fine. I promise. I did that. I even took my darn headphone off to do my ear, okay? I had to feel around my ear because I was like, which part is that? And I'm a very tactile person. I did have my proctor came over for my science test and asked me what I was doing. And I said, listen, I needed to feel something. I didn't tell him what I was actually doing. I just said I had an itch. I said, sir, I don't know if it's my allergies. Don't tell them you're doing it for your tests, please. Have allergies. You'll be fine. I shouldn't say that to you, but you got your perfect thing there. There's nothing wrong with that. Like, that's your body part. Dang it. Whatever. Moving on. All right. We are on protruding lobe. The rounded anterior projection of the tip of the nose. Protrusion, the state or condition of being thrust forward or projecting. Puff, a soft circular pad for applying powder. Puncture, a hole or wound resulting from piercing. Or I guess poking a troker, but whatever, piercing works. Purple, a color between blue and red. This is a secondary hue of pigments, and yes, that matters. I'm not kidding. All right, here's my least favorite. I don't think I know anybody who likes these. Purse string sutures. And you need to freaking know these. They love their basket sutures and they love their purse string sutures, and they love giving you these ridiculous scenarios with them. So, a suture made around the circumference of a circular opening or a puncture to close it or to hold the margins into position. Pus, P-U-S, pus. A secretion from inflamed tissues, usually an opaque, creamy-colored matter. Pustule, a small elevation of the skin with an inflamed base containing pus. Pyramid, an apparently solid structure having a square base and 4 triangular sides which meet at a central point. Quadratic, give me a second for this one, it's late. All right. Quadratus labii superioris. Ha! Ha ha! The large muscle from the cheekbone and lower rim of the eye socket which raises the upper lip. Got it. Radiant energy. Energy traveling through space in the form of electromagnetic waves of various lengths. Radiate, to spread out from a common point. Ramus, R-A-M-U-S, ramus, the vertical portion of the mandible. Raspberry, as in the fruit, a dark purplish red color. Rat tail comb, a comb with a long, thin handle employed in curling hair. We just use curling irons, but whatever. Razor burn. Now, this one is a no-no. You want to do everything within your power and more to make sure you do not give somebody razor burn, because I promise you it is a nightmare to take care of. Be extra careful. Go with the grain. Ask for help if needed. Do not find yourself in this situation. I beg of you. I've had to help an apprentice, and I was like, baby, I wish you had told me. Oh goodness. She went against Anyway, we got it though, worked out. Razor burned, a darkened, air-dried area on the skin resulting from removal of the epidermis while shaving. Recession, a type of surface formed by the withdrawal of a part from its normal position. Rectangular, a 4-sided figure having 4 right angles. Easy peasy, woo, we like those. Reduce, to diminish in size, mass, or projection. Hope you get that on your exam, because heck yeah. Reflection, it's not what you think. The return of light waves from surfaces, the bending or folding back of a part upon itself. Told you, it's not looking in a mirror. Repose, to lay at rest. Restorative art, the care of the deceased to recreate natural form and color. Retrousse, R-E-T-R-O-U-S-S-E, in case I didn't say it right, but I believe it's retrousse. A nose which is turned up superiorly at its tip, a concave nasal profile. Rim, the border, edge, or margin of a thing, usually of a circular or curving form, as the rim of the eye socket. Risorius, the narrow, superficial band of muscle which pulls the angle of the mouth laterally. Rods of the eye, the long, rod-shaped sensory bodies of the retina of the eye responsive to light but not to color. Roman, the aquiline profile of the nose. You ever hear of a Roman nose? That's it. Root, R-O-O-T. Midwestern, cannot get that out. It's just like rough, roof. So I think I got it. Root, the apex or top of the pyramidal mass. I don't like that word. Pyramidal mass of the nose, which lies directly inferior to the forehead. The concave dip inferior to the forehead or profile view. Round, also known as infantine, a frontal head form in which the head exhibits maximum curvature, also infantile. Now this one is not a word, it's just capital letters, all right? R-O-Y-G-B-I-V. I'm going to say it again. R-O-Y-G-B-I-V. All right, got it? This is an acronym for the spectrum of light, and you will need to know that. At least to remember it like Roy gives. Like my husband, his name is Roy. So I just remembered it as Roy give. Even though I'm missing a letter, that did it for me. Promise you, that'll help you too. Take out the B, Roy give. Got you. All right? And I'm telling you, you're going to need to know that if you get that. Like, again, it's a lottery. Can't promise, but they love their color theory. All right. Ruddy, R-U-D-D-Y. Red complexion, having a healthy reddish color, said of the complexion more vivid than florid. Sallow, S-A-L-L-O, a yellowish, sickly color of the complexion. Saturation, a visual aspect indicating the vividness of the hue in the degree of difference from a gray of the same lightness. Scab, a crust over a healing sore or wound. Scapha, S-C-A-P-H-A, so you recognize that on paper. Scapha, fossa between the inner and outer rims of the ear, the shallowest depression of the ear. Scarlet, a bright red color inclining toward orange. So pretty. Sealer, S-E-A-L-E-R, sealer, a quick drying material which leaves a hard, thin, transparent coat or layer through which moisture cannot pass. Sear or searing. So both are under this, all right? Sear, searing. To cauterize tissues by heat or chemical in order to provide a dry foundation. Second degree burn. Now remember I told you need to know all of your degree burns, okay? All of them. And why they're all different. Their properties, okay? Second degree burn. Those resulting in acute inflammation of the skin and blisters. Secondary hue. Equal mixture of two primary light colors that will produce pigmentary hues such as orange, green, and purple, a mixture of yellow, magenta, and cyan, which is a green-blue. Semi-opaque, almost opaque, but not transparent nor translucent. Septum, Vertical cartilage dividing nasal cavity into two chambers, responsible for asymmetry of the nose, and also something people love to pierce. So if you have a hard time remembering what a septum is, you just think of what people pierce in the middle of their nose. That's a septum piercing. Because I kid you not, that's something that helps me. All right. I like to try and give people like examples and ideas, just something silly that you can remember, because I know how stressful it is when you're sitting there and things that you did know seem to just kind of fly out your head. And if there's something a little bit funny, it can come right back to you. So there you go, septum piercing. All right. So I try. Serrated, notched on the edge like a saw. And I'm sorry, I realized I skipped one. No, I didn't. Severed, to have been cut or broken apart. Disjoined. I actually didn't know severed counted broken apart. I thought severed was just cut. I learned a thing today. Today I learned. So I'm going to say it again. Severed, to have been cut or broken apart. Disjoined. See, we're learning together. Shade, a hue into which various quantities of black are mixed. The darkened hue. The darkened hue is comma. So I'm going to repeat it. Shade, because you really need to know your colors. A hue into which various quantities of black are mixed. The darkened hue. Shadow, surfaces which do not lie at right angles to the source of illumination or are obscured by other surfaces and which reflect little or no light. Sheen, like Charlie Sheen. If you need help remembering certain things, don't be afraid to relate things to things you know. So S-H-E-E-N, sheen, shine, as of the reflection of natural oils of the skin. Sideburns, the growth of hair located anterior of the ears. Sideburns of the nose, the lateral walls of the nose between the wings and the bridge. Singe, to burn superficially as the hair which shows partial destruction from scorching heat. Skin slip, see desquamation. I don't think we need to do that. I think we all know what skin slip is. Please don't make me. That's really far. Just means the skin is coming off because they're at that point, and it can happen really. It happens fast. It can happen slow. You can be taking someone out of a body bag that's only been in that bag for like an hour, and it's already starting. So always, always, always treat a body when you're removing it from the bag. If you work at a funeral home that does not already have someone who does that for you, please just act like everybody could potentially have that and respect that, because you don't want to deal with that, okay? Anyway, all right. Soft wax. This is surface restorer. Solvent, a substance, which is usually liquid, capable of or used in dissolving something. Spatula, a flat, blunt, knife-like instrument used for mixing cosmetics and modeling. A palette knife. Spectrum, a visible band, the original standard of color, the progressive arrangement of colors, and we're going to do that Roy Give again, ROYGBIV, seen when a beam of white light is broken down into its component colors. Sorry, I apologize. All right. Splint, an appliance as of wood, metal, etc., used to keep in place or protect a displaced or movable part. Spray cosmetic, a liquid cosmetic so compounded that it can be atomized to provide a means of application to a surface. Sponge, an elastic, porous mass of interlacing horny, that's what it says, horny fibers, which are permanently attached, remarkable for its power of absorbing water and becoming soft when wet without losing its toughness. So no one. Squama, the vertical surface of the temporal bone. Need to know that. Square, a frontal head form in which the head is broad and exhibits very little curvature. The forehead is wide and the angles of the mandible are usually low as well, as they are wide. And it says, example, strong. Stain, to discolor with foreign matter, an area so discolored. That's it. I feel that was just kind of not satisfying. Anyway, stain removers, any substances or agents which will cause an external discoloration to be removed or lessened. Starch, used as a dusting powder and an absorbent used to firm wax like cornstarch. Sternocleidomastoideus. Sternocleidomastoidous. Yeah. Domastoideus. I think I got it. Muscles get me. They are so hard to pronounce. Ugh. All right. Bless anyone who's got those, I respect it. A muscle of the neck that is attached to the mastoid process of the temporal bone and by separate heads to the sternum and clavicle, marks the widest part of the neck. That is important. Marks the widest part of the neck. Stipple brush. You're going to need to know your tools, okay? Whether they be embalming tools or your RA cosmetic tools. You need to know what they do and what they're called by their definition and their names. Stipple brush. A small, rounded, stiff brush, all bristles the same length, used to stimulate pores on wax. Stencil brush could be used for cosmetic application as well. So if you get somebody who's been in a bad wreck and let's just say their nose needed wax restoration, you want that nose to look right. We have pores. Humans have pores. We're not just going to be like a wax lump. Even if you get that nose darn near perfect, if it doesn't have some pores, it's just not going to look right. So it's important to remember to do that. All right, straight nasal profile. A nasal profile in which the dorsum exhibits a straight line from the root to the tip. The most common nasal profile. It's also called Grecian. I'm going to repeat this because chances are you're going to see it. Straight nasal profile. A nasal profile in which the dorsum exhibits a straight line from the root to the tip. The most common nasal profile. Also known as Grecian. We got it? I believe in you. All right. Subcutaneous. Situated or occurring beneath the skin. Subdued. Lowered in intensity or strength. Gosh, I should really follow that one. Reduced in fullness or color. Muted. I can't do that, but I can try the first one. Submandibular. Describing those portions which lie immediately inferior to the mandible. Submental sulcus. The junction of the base of the chin and the submandibular area, which may appear as a furrow. Guess what? A natural facial marking. Okay? Subtractive method. Method of diminishing the wavelengths of light by superimposing two, not one, two or more color transparencies over the same light source. The light is gradually reduced by absorption of colors in the light. Sulcus, a furrow, wrinkle, or a groove. Sunken, situated as a depression or concave. So think like sunken eyes, Okay. Superciliary arches, the inferior part of the forehead just superior to the median ends of the eyebrows. All right, here we go. Supercilia, that's the technical term for eyebrows. Singular is supercilium, that's eyebrow, okay? You need to know that because they're not going to call them eyebrows or eyebrow. They're going to call them that. just like I said, palpebrae and palpebra. All right. Superior palpebral sulcus. The furrow of the superior border of the upper eyelid, and guess what? It is an acquired facial marking. Supraorbital area. The region between the supercilium and the superior palpebrae. See what I'm talking about? Once they introduce those terms, that's what they call them. Supraorbital margins. Reading ahead of myself doesn't work. The superior rim of the eye sockets. Surface restorer. This is a soft wax, a wax used to fill shallow depressions, which is softer and more pliable than wound filler. Surgical reduction, restoration to a normal position or level through surgical excision. Suspension, a substance in which particles of ground pigments are mixed with fluid but are undissolved. Sustain, to provide support for and to hold in a fixed position. Suture, the act of sewing, also the completed stitch. Swab, a bit of cotton or cloth used for removing moisture or discharges from mucous membranes as well as for applying bleaches or liquid disinfectants. Swarthy, I love that word. Dark colored complexion. Not what I expected. As a face made swarthy by the tropical sun. I gotta admit, didn't know that word. Learned a thing again today. And swarthy I always kind of just thought was like a pirate term. So I done learned a thing. Anyway, symmetry. Correspondence in size, shape, and a relative position of parts that are on opposite sides of the face. Taper, a form which receded away from a given point, a form which becomes gradually smaller toward one end. Taper, a form, temporal bones, inferior portion of the sides and base of the cranium, inferior to the parietal bones and anterior to the occipital bone. Temporal cavity, the concave surface of the head overlying the temporal bone. Temporalis, muscle of mastication which help to close the mandible, in parentheses, the strongest chewing muscles. Tenacity, property of holding fast, adhesiveness. Termination/terminal. This is limit, end, the part which terminates. Tertiary hue, the hue which results from the mixture of two secondary pigmentary hues or an unbalanced proportion of complements with the warm hue or cool hue predominating. Texturizing brush, a brush with a relatively large tuft of good quality, fine bristles, such as black, sable, or finch, used to blend and stipple cosmetics or powder into the applied, in parentheses, cream, cosmetic, and clean out deposits impacted in pores. Third degree burn. Destruction of, and I told you, you got to know your burns. Destruction of cutaneous and subcutaneous tissues, seared or charred tissue. It is not a good thing. Three-quarter view. In reference to a photograph, a view which reveals the fullness of the cheeks. Tint. A hue into which various quantities of white are mixed. I'm going to repeat that, okay? Tint, because it's important. A hue into which various quantities of white are mixed. Got it? Tinted powders. A powder which is lightly colored with non-moisture absorbing pigments. Tip. The extremity of anything which tapers. For example, the tip of the nose, the termination of the forehead projection, the forward projection of the nose. Tissue builder. A substance used to elevate sunken or emaciated tissues to normal level by hypodermic injection. Tone. A hue mixed with either a small quantity of gray or the complement of the hue, resulting in dulling the hue. Toupee, a small, and that's also why I'm speaking louder, because I feel like it helps get rid of that raspy, and you can hear me better. All right, enough explaining. Toupee, a small wig or patch of false hair covering a bald spot, also a hairpiece. Tragus, elevation protecting the ear passage. In parentheses, the external auditory meatus. I told you they love their ear. Translucent, transmitting light but causing sufficient diffusion to eliminate perception of distinct images that are somewhat transparent. Next is transparent. Having the property of transmitting rays of light through its substance so that bodies situated beyond or behind can be distinctly seen. Transverse frontal sulci. Furrows which cross the forehead, and guess what? They are acquired facial markings. Telling you. Do that chart I told you about. It'll help. Trauma. A physical injury or wound caused by an external force or violence. Triangular. A frontal head form in which the face is wider between the angles of the mandible than it is at the forehead, representing a triangle in shape, formed by 3 lines and having 3 angles, in parentheses. This is the least common geometric head form. That's good to know. Know that is the least common geometrical head form, okay? Good to know. Triangular, they give you some of the answers. I really do think they give you hints by doing stuff like that. All right, triangular fossa. Depression between the crura of the ear, C-R-U-R-A, in case I'm saying that funny. The second deepest depression of the ear. I am telling you, they are obsessed with ears. I cannot make that clearer. Tumor, a spontaneous new growth of tissue forming an abnormal mass. Turbid, T-U-R-B-I-D. In liquids, muddy with particles of extraneous matter. Not clear, not transparent. Ultraviolet, invisible rays of the spectrum lying outside the violet end of the visible spectrum. Undercoat, a coloring, in parentheses, opaque, applied to an area which, when dry, will be covered with wax or another colorant. Undercut, the angled cut of the borders of an excision, made so that the skin surface will overhang the deeper tissues. Unexposed area, a part which is or will be hidden from view. Value, the lightness or darkness of a hue. Variations, changes in form, extent, etc. Things somewhat different from another of the same kind. Vehicle, a material combined with pigments so they may be applied more easily. I'm so sorry. Okay, I can do this. It's almost over. Unexposed area, a part which is or will be hidden away from view. Value, this is important. The lightness or darkness of a hue. Don't let them trick you and ask you. I could totally see that. Like, is value the lightness? Is value the darkness? Heck no. Value is the lightness or darkness of a hue. Don't let them mess with you, okay? I could totally see that. That sounds like something they do. Too easy for them. All right, variations, changes in form, extent, etc. Things somewhat different from another of the same kind. Vehicle, material combined with pigments. This is going to be different than a vehicle in chemistry when you embalm, all right? We're not talking about that kind of vehicle. Material combined with pigments so they may be applied more easily. Vertex, see crown, so top of the head, okay? Vertical, perpendicular to the plane of the horizon, balanced. Vertical, concave profile, one in which the forehead and the eyebrows project equally to a vertical line and the chin protrudes more than the upper lip. Vertical, convex profile, one in which the forehead and the eyebrows project equally to a vertical line and the chin recedes from the projection of the upper lip. Vertical, balanced profile, one in which the forehead, upper lip, and chin project equally to an imaginary vertical line, example, balanced. Vitreous humor, the semi-fluid, transparent substance which lies between the retina and the lens of the eyeball. Vivid, brilliance, intensely bright color or colors. Vividity, I love that word, the degree of brilliance. Vomer bone, V-O-M-E-R, vomer bone. Bone of the nasal cavity situated between the nasal passages on the median plane. It forms the inferior and posterior portion of the septum of the nose. Warm color areas. These are areas of the skin surface which, during life, are naturally reddened. Places where cosmetics will be applied to restore the appearance of warmth that red hemoglobin will give. So I would imagine kind of like blush on your cheeks. Like, as I'm a systemic girly. I'm so tired. I am a systemic lupus girly. No, I am not like Selena Gomez at all. I do not have any of her symptoms. We are two very different people. My body is shutting down and eating itself, and it's brutal. I have what is called a lupus mask, or a butterfly mask. It comes with people who have systemic lupus, and it covers our entire nose and across our cheeks. I'm incredibly embarrassed by it. I do not leave my house without a little bit of powder on it because it be there. And people notice it and are like, are you sunburned? So I get flare-ups, but also sometimes if I'm not feeling so good, it's there. It's ever present. It's one of those diseases that's never quite gone. So I imagine that when I see that, I imagine blush or natural markings that were reddish, which you'll see in your picture that the family or whoever gives of the decedent. So you'll know. All right. I just wanted to give my example because not a lot of people, everybody always thinks it's just blush, but it's so much more, All right. I've seen even like men with like rosy cheeks that blush will not do, like rosy cheeks. So anyway, all right. Alrighty. Warm hue, a color which appears in the spectral band characterized by long wavelengths. A color which makes an object appear closer and larger. A color which reflects warmth, like red, orange, yellow, and other colors in which they are predominant. Wax. A restorative modeling or surfacing material composed of beeswax, paraffin, starch, etc., and a coloring pigment which will soften at body temperature and will reflect light in a manner similar to normal skin. And it does. It's kind of cool. Weather line. The line of color change at the junction of the wet and dry portions of each mucous membrane. Now, you know how earlier I was talking about like lip closure and like using that special sealant to help close it before you embalm, and how it's kind of like a pinkish color, and on Caucasians it's like not as noticeable. For me, from what I've noticed on Caucasians, it's like the dry versus wetter part. And then African Americans, it's like a very beautiful fleshy pink versus that dry Caucasian outer. That's what I was talking about. So, weather line. It's not always a color change though. Seriously, like sometimes it's just texture, like dry versus wet. All right, weight. The aspect of physical heaviness associated with different colors. All right. White, as in the color of pure snow, the color reflecting to the eye all of the rays of the spectrum combined. The opposite of black, an achromatic color, a neutral color. Important, you know it. All right, white light, a ray of light which contains all the hues of the visible spectrum in such proportion that the light appears colorless or natural as daylight or sunlight. Width, the dimensions of an object measured across side to side. Wings of the nose, these are lateral lobes of the nose. Wire bridging, the length of wire employed to connect two structures which are undamaged, such as remaining parts of a bone, wire mesh placed within an aperture to hold other restorative fillers. All right, here we go. Last page, home stretch. Worm suture, aka inversion suture or a draw stitch. This is a method of sewing an incision along the edges without entering the opening, whereby the suture becomes invisible and the line of suture becomes depressed, which lends it ease of concealment by waxing. Wound filler, see firm wax. All right, that one we'll go back to because Megan can't remember that one offhand here. All right. The most viscous type of wax, a putty-like material used to fill large cavities or model features. Okay, that was very important. All right. Glad we went back. Wrinkle, see furrow. I do not believe we need to do that because you know what a furrow is. Zygomatic arch, the processes, depending on where you're from and how you say it, on the temporal and zygomatic bones, determines the widest part of the face. All right? Zygomatic arch depression, one of the lesser concavities of the face located on the lateral portion of the cheek inferior to the zygomatic arch. Zygomatic bones, bones of the cheeks. All right, here's a good one. I'm going to have to sound this out. Zygomaticofrontal. Yay! Process. Zygomaticofrontal. Yes. Process. It looked a lot worse than I thought. The lateral rim of the eye socket formed by a process of the frontal bone and a process of the zygomatic bone. Zygomaticus major. Sorry, I'm tired. It is now 5:30 a.m. I am tired. Zygomaticus major. Muscles of the face which draw the superior lip posteriorly and superiorly. Zygomaticus minor. Muscles of the face which draw the superior lip superiorly and anteriorly. And that, my friends, wraps that bad boy up. Yes. Woo. We did it. That was long, man. Like, that started on page 148, and we are at 161, guys. Good grief, Charlie Brown. So, any hoodles, thank you for sticking with me for an extremely long episode. I promise you that most of this, I only saw like a couple that I would be like, eh. The color wheels, facial profiles that they mention. Stop obsessing over the ones that they taught you in school because there's tons. The ones that are mentioned, those are the ones. Like which ones are the most common, which aren't, stuff like that. And the colors. Oh my gosh, if you don't know your color wheel, color theory. Also, weirdly enough, if you haven't worked in a funeral home, I know I've mentioned this earlier, you really want, before your exam, I want you, I'm going to say, I want you. Don't just don't, okay? I want you to go to a funeral home, okay? Dress appropriately. Don't show up in jeans, because you never know. Quietly, politely ask if you could speak to an on-duty funeral director. Explain to them, hi, I'm so-and-so. I am attending such and such college. I am preparing to take my national board exams. Now, I was told that there are questions that are related to working at a funeral home, and I won't know if I haven't been in one. Now, one of which being the lighting. Would you be willing to show me your viewing room and how lighting impacts certain things? If you have a moment. Or I could come back. If you want to make an appointment, I would happily come back. They are usually so excited to teach new people things and show off what they know that if you charm them, I don't care what you identify as, you've got this. Be nice, be sweet. Be polite, be flexible, be like, I don't mind waiting, like, I'll come back if this is a bad time. Tell them your test date, just as long as it's before this, make up one. Like, if you don't want to wait too long, be like, my test is in 2 weeks. Or if it's not, then tell them truthfully, my test is in 5 days. But no, I'm serious. A lot of them, they want to help. And honestly, if I hadn't worked, I was doing an apprenticeship at a funeral home at the time. And if it hadn't been for that, I would have, my NBE, my podcast would not have what it's got on there. Let me tell you that. Like, the importance of the veteran stuff or the importance of accounting and all that, like seeing it, experiencing it, knowing it, and then taking my exams, help. I know what I know because I worked in one. If you don't work at one, best thing you got is going to one and asking and learning. And expect to spend at least half a day there. Ask questions. Go prepared. Not crazy things, because you got to remember, these people have been doing this for a long time. Once you take that MBE and you start doing this, a lot of it, you don't really... They have said that if somebody were to take an MBE that's been practicing for like 15, 20 years, they can't pass. So go with questions like lighting, because they know that. You can go see their prep room legally. That seeing things help. Ask them like, hey, what kind of tool? Ask them. You will be shocked at how so. And you know what? If you get turned by one, I can't talk. I'm so tired. If you get turned away by one, go to another. You will find one, and they're great. That's what I did that. Okay. And it helped me. So anyway, as always, thank you for tuning in. I am so appreciative to my listeners and to my sponsors. I saw I had a couple of different ones. When I see one drop off, I assume you passed, and I love that for you, and I'm so happy. To the people who are sponsoring me and, send me some money every month, thank you. I really appreciate it. It made this month, I thought that my renewal for Buzzsprout was going to be, but it was so much less painful because of you and and a couple of ads. I don't make a lot off my ads. Literally $2 is what I got, but when it added up with what I got from my couple subscriptions, it made a difference. So thank you. Thank you for making that a little less scary. So anyway, with that said, I'm going to go ahead and put this book and the pages in the notes and the usual stuff because it was just me. Fan mail. I'm going to say this again. I want to put this in any episode. If you want to contact me, that's great. I need a way to contact you back because I have no problem answering your questions. I love talking to people, but I need either an email or your phone number or your Facebook link, some way to contact you. Because when you send me fan mail, it blocks out your number. It gives me only your first name and your message. And it's great, and I love seeing it, but I feel like such a jerk because I can't freaking reply. I will put my Facebook link in my notes because I don't care that you know me. I've been trying really hard to make a Facebook page for my podcast, but it says I'm impersonating somebody, but I'm me. And then they said that they lifted it, but then they didn't. So I might just make a new one. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. I'm working on it. But I have an email that I'll also put because I realized I had an old email from where I did my apprenticeship, and I can use that for you guys. It is connected to my main email, so I'll see your emails immediately. Yeah, no, that's pretty much it. I hope you have a wonderful morning, afternoon, day, evening, night, whatever the heck this is. I hope that you have a great week. If it's the weekend, I hope you have a great weekend, whatever it is. And you know what? If you have your exam coming up, I don't really care if it's tomorrow morning or 30 days from now. You are going to do wonderful. I believe in you. And you know what? If you need someone to talk to, I'm here. I'll talk to you. I'll listen. You know what? I'm not good at talking, but I'll listen. If that's what you want, I'm here. I'm here for you. And a lot of people will say that about me. And I care. And I will be rooting for you. And I want to know that you passed. Or if you didn't. And if you didn't, we can work together. So, good luck. Remember to take time for yourself. Get a good night's sleep. I know that's hard. Oh, God. Remember to eat a light breakfast. I ate a full breakfast, and no shame, I threw that entire thing up when I got to an hour and a half drive to my destination to take my test. I puked that all up in that freaking parking lot, and this lady saw it, and oh my God. And she went, "What are you taking?" I said, I'm going to be a mortician. She goes, "Oh, I'm just going for real estate." I can't imagine. I said, I'm okay. I should feel a lot better, but don't do what I did. Eat something light, like a power bar. Stay hydrated. I am going to do an episode on how to, honestly prepare and what to expect when you're in that exam room, because I've had a lot of people just, ask me because they're scared of that. And people are afraid to talk about that. And it doesn't seem to violate any rules. I'm not going to tell you answers. It's just open knowledge, what you can and can't bring, what to expect, stuff like that, So I also want to do an episode on the ear. I also have permission from David Penapent to do an episode, or however many I want, of his DEAD program. He finally gave me access to his DEAD program. So what I want to do, because a lot of people tell me, Megan, I studied these facts, but that's not what helped me. I didn't understand the question formatting. That's not how it was formatted. Well, that's because they want you to conceptualize and be able to apply your knowledge in a scenario-based situation. So DEAD, that's why I always tell people, I'm like, just do like 1 month. And that will teach you how they want you to, that's how the MBE is going to ask. Dr. David is actually part of who helped do the NBE. So how much better can you get, really? But I do intend to do an arts and a science, 2 separate ones of his questions and the answers. And I'm going to make sure you understand how these questions are proposed, okay? That way it's not as intimidating, because that was honestly for me like the hardest part. I was like, how are they gonna ask it? So it's not like the pre-MBE. Like the pre-MBE was fact-based. This is not fact-based, okay? This is knowing your stuff, applying it, conceptualizing it, being able to read a scenario. Some of it's fact, but I need you to talk, like, we're going to get there. So stay tuned for that. We've got a long way to go. We're just covering the important stuff, right? So anyway, thank you for dealing with this incredibly long episode. I'm sorry that I'm not feeling so great. I did my best. Don't judge me too bad. I'm trying my absolute best. And I think it came out okay. I'm happy with it. It needs to come out. So this needs to be published. You guys need this. So anyway, I hope that you, I would say enjoy, but I feel like this was a painful episode. I hope that you benefit from this. I hope that this helps you. I know that chemistry and embalming will. And I look forward to seeing you guys. Well, I say seeing. I look forward to speaking to you guys again very soon. So again, take care. Good luck. Take a nice deep breath. It's really not that serious. You're putting all this stress on yourself. And if you fail, what does it do to you? You're not going to get fired. You're not going to lose anything. Yeah, you got to pay for it. That sucks. But you'll be ready. That's all. You'll be okay. So, but you know what? I want you to go in confident, not even thinking that's a problem. So, but I'm tired of seeing people freaking out like this is their only chance. It's not. It will be okay. All right? I know it doesn't feel that way. It didn't to me. But once it happened, I was like, that was it? So just trust me on that. So have a good rest of your day or night, whatever. Reach out if you need to, and take care of yourselves, all right? Okay. Thank you and goodbye.